when things,
Yeah.
the fucking, I guess the memory and whatever, it just kind of starts to overload it. Basically, when I
Yeah.
start upstream, I gotta kind of just leave it alone. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like when I'm editing, I gotta edit. When I'm streaming, I gotta stream. Otherwise, it'll interfere in the. It's gonna cause some issues. It's all good. I needed to restart it anyway. It's all good. We logged back in.
What up, Cam?
Mm-hmm.
It's a psycho. Dude, what I can tell, there's people or animals nearby. Interesting. Of all the places on your Not enough embarrassment for one final. Your insolence is just caught to this one. What the? There's no way in hell that you can stop my gallic gun. You and this whole planet are as good as based on. get it. My mom did kill a great one. And the one that destroyed the tournament arena. All of that was me. I owe this to you. I need to beat this down. No matter what. I'll have to use every ounce of my energy for the tiniest chance at exit. If I die, see you in the next world. At least I'll get to apologize to you.
Another
Now we
one.
play the waiting game.
Yeah. I need to focus to use the spare bomb. Only take 10 seconds. Alright, just 10 lousy seconds to concentrate.
Hmm. Shit, Jeff. I think I'm getting tired, brother, man. I think I'm gonna fucking call it for a minute. Try to get up a little earlier today. Yeah. Oh, yeah, my OBS crashed. I gotta restart my Discord anyway. I think I'm just gonna fucking let this shit be for a minute, you know?
Yeah, dude. Get your sleep, dude.
Jeff, it's a fucking pleasure. I'm gonna try to pop in on you guys tomorrow, man. I've been trying to build this community over here, but it's a fucking clusterfuck as it always is trying to do this shit. So time and fucking, patience, right? Oh, boy.
You never
Time
have
and
one,
patience.
never have one for either.
I tell you what. Real talk. Love you, brother, man. I'll catch you next time, all right?
You too, man. Talk to you later.
Hey, bless.
I'm gonna go hop into monkeys.
Yeah, man. Bless up, baby. I'll get with you.
Talk to you later. dude.
Hit him with that. I just had to get out of Discord for a minute. I ain't gonna take a break. Cause consistency is key. But what I am gonna do is, man, figure this shit out when it comes to Discord on a different scale, man. Cause we gotta come to some kind of understanding about the way things are going here for me. Alabama 2024.
Now we play the waiting game.
It's over 9,000!
Now we play the waiting game.
It's over 9,000!
Now we play the waiting game.
Another one. Smoke weed every day.
Yeah, man. Nick, thank you. Thank you for vibing with me, honey. Tell you what. No. I'm at the end of my energy. We're gonna go ahead and smoke one more with you, baby. I appreciate you coming through, dropping that thing on me, blazing me up. Hey, can I get a fire in the chat? That's an exclamation point fire. Exclamation point fire. I appreciate you. Use just my little check to see if you're there with me. Oh my God. Blaze it up. I mean, I did need some fire. Hey, thank you. Big blessings there, man.
Miama 55. Talking about. Nice. Type shit.
Cheers. Thank you for the fire. Ooh. What usually comes out the fire is some smoke. Ooh. This lighter is damn near dead. I'll get some juice up in this bitch.
Eat every day. It's a
Yeah. Tomorrow I'm gonna have to change a few things. I'm gonna have to reduce a few things. I'm throughout this whole period over the last few months, weeks, or week or so, I've been like testing things, adding things, changing things, subtracting things. So there's been a lot of things left on the system or this OBS that I gotta fluctuate, you know? So we'll get to that. Like I gotta shave too.
Miama 55. Talking about.
Mm-hmm.
The fire is LOL. Type shit.
Yeah. Hey, thank you. I just added that today. I tell you what. Mm-hmm. Can we get that lane lit? I might have to go ahead and resort to my mattress and order me a light or something.
Miama 55.
Yes, sir.
Talking
Yes,
about.
sir.
Yeah, I like it,
Yes,
LOL.
sir.
Type shit.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you, honey. I really appreciate that. Like I said, I do put a lot of work into what I do here. And, you know, when people come through and they fuck with what I do, that's even better, you know? Tell you what, I'm always looking to satisfy even myself. Come on, bitch. I'm just kind of trying to see if anything. I don't know. I mean, maybe you're done. Oh, there it is. Nah, it was just not enough fluid going through that bitch. I think we got her. Folks. As you can see, I got my situation here. I got it. I got it pristine. Honestly, I have to say, my smoking situation is pristine here. I got it leaning on this little piece of foam, right? Got it angled up, you know what I'm saying, right on the little foam, so that the fucking water doesn't get into this little tube here. So when I smoke, oh, it was some water in there, because you don't really want that water to get in there. You want it to stay inside this thing, because this is what you want dirty, and you want it to stay clean in here. It's not going to flow up into the top and flip into the here. I'm not really worried about that. Unless it gets too much water in there, then it'll, you know, drip in there, because it'll be too full and it'll suck. Giggity. So, you know, I teach you a little something here. We're somewhat of a scientist, you know. Tell you what. You know, we only put a little bit of weed too. I mean, we don't smoke that much. Each hit. It's about that much.
Yalma 55. Talking about. Nice. Type shit.
Yeah. I mean, you know, as you can see, it ain't that much. Nice little screen in
Yalma
there.
55. Talking about. I use one hitter LOL. Type shit.
No, I believe that. See, I like that full filtration. I like, you know, I decided to take care of myself a little bit more. You know, smoking joints and blunts and bongs and shit, cigarettes for 15 years and a whole bunch of other shit. Nothing hard, right? I ain't never smoked no weird shit like fucking, you know, you name it. Nah. But I'm talking about like, you know, just a lot of hard smoking weed and shit like that. And it's like you gotta save yourself. Like
Now we
we
play
be
the
hurting
waiting
out here, and we be you know, it's like who we impressing, you know? Ooh. Pulled myself off of Discord, told myself I was gonna be going to sleep soon, but you know, that type shit. It'll happen if it happens, you know. I was like wondering what the fuck that was right there. That's my mouse pad. My mouse right here. But at least one of them. I'm like, I be looking at my fucking own screen like, what the fuck is that? Oh man. Hey, cheers to you. I'm fucking blitzed out of my mind right now. Going in.
Meowma 55.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Talking
sir.
about.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
yes,
thanks for with me heading to work.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Type shit.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I appreciate you, Bob. What I got here? Do I have anything else? Oh, yes. Thank you for vibing.
Greetings.
Thank you, Emma.
Meowma 55. Talking about. Nice. Type
Hey.
shit.
I'm always messing with something. I'm gonna make that into a transition. Ooh. From go to one from one screen to another. Ah. Ooh. Hey, you have a good day at work, okay? Hey, for real. Need somebody to chill and talk to? Come on back, see Ganja Vibes. I'll be around. Thank you.
It's over 9,000!
Ooh. Mm, 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 mm. I want to make some new stuff for tomorrow. Let me see if ChatGPT can do this shit.
Now we play the waiting game.
Hmm.
It's over 9,000!
Now we play the waiting game.
Smoke weed.
My God. Deep blessings to you there, brother. Let me know one up for you. I appreciate you, man. You know what it is. We about to get ready to get the fuck out of here too, man. Look at these eyes. I can't even keep them bitches open. We fucking sit over here fucking editing, doing things. God damn. Oh, locked in. Big blessings, man. You just smoked a couple of with me on my. I appreciate you. Appreciate her. Appreciate all y'all. Sparking in one. I said, give me a fire if you hear my God. Exclamation point, light me the fuck up, homie.
Got called into the studio, fam, so we working on what's trapped in my thoughts at the moment. Drizzler trying his best to pull the beat out my mind and lay it to sound.
Type shit.
Yeah, I bet. Just don't get too crazy with it, man. Try to, bring it home. Don't get too theatrical, Put your feelings out there, but the crazier the beat, the less people want to hear it. You got to make it listenable, just like that. I learned that along the way. Just because you like it doesn't mean everybody else gonna like it. So you got to kind of try to appeal to what people like. You get that sound, but at the same time, keep your sound. You know what it is. Cheers to you, brother. Light me up. Give me a fire. Can I get a fire? Hell yeah. No fire. Let's see, you went back to work. Hey, big blessings, brother. I light myself up.
BZG.
Talking bout.
Oh.
The sound is perfect, ATM, he tweaking it, but it's about to be some wild.
Type shit.
Oh, I believe that. Hey, Brewster goes blocking in with it. Hey, thank you, brother, man. I see you out there. I see you seeing me. That shit is over 9,000. Y'all motherfuckers got a motherfucking smile on fleek, man. Y'all be coming in clutch. I can't help this shit. Look at that. Hey, big business, man. Smoking one, huh? Can I get a fire in chat? Exclamation point fire. Light me the fuck up. I need the big flame. You know what I'm fucking saying? Hey, big blessings, brother. That'll do it for the night. I need to drink. Thank you, brother.
I'm dandy. I just
No.
need water.
I'm trying to say.
Another one.
I swear to God. I was ruling out the mouth and there's sand coming out my motherfucking mouth. I'm trying to laugh and it's fucking raspy as fuck. Oh. Oh. Swear
Another
sand in my throat. It's not, but it is. This is the ultimate cotton mouth. Can't do it. Oh my God. Oh. Oh. My throat was so dry, it almost resisted the water. Ah. Ah. Oh. Mm-mm.
Now we play the waiting game.
Mm. Good. J Joker in the house. Damn. Hey, yo, quit playing. Hey, big blessings to you. Thank you for that follow. J Joker in the house. I'm so fucking high right now. You wouldn't even believe the fucking amount of bubbles I done smoked. I need to start keeping the goddamn tote counter on my goddamn screen live. So this shit makes no fucking sense. How much weed I be smoking a goddamn day? Need to fucking get my shit together. Yeah, man. I feel so fluctuating.
Real one alert. J Joker 300. Thanks for hopping on the Vibe plane to Vibe City.
I'm trying to tell you. Thank you, bro. I am so motherfucking high right now. I'm high as shit. Like weed high. Like fucking like like what? It's by this time. So look at the clock. Yeah. Let me pull back. Oh. Yeah, I'm looking at my GPU, 77 degrees, 92 utilization. Yeah, it's been heavily utilized, and then when I get in the Discord, it's the rest of the utilization right there. It's over 9,000. So, given the circumstances, yeah, I'm going to be redoing my you see if alerts off. GPU utilization went down, only like 10%. Yeah. Okay. 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 Hmm. You're gonna have the careful reevaluation tomorrow. Just thinking. Hmm.
Now we play the waiting game.
Hmm.
It's over 9,000!
Now we play the waiting game.
Another one. It's over 9,000!
BZG.
Talkin' bout.
Ganja vibes. If you want, I'm rolling a joint or more, then welcome to join the office and I can drag you into the studio with us if you want. If not, all good, I understand. I'll still blaze up with you fam. Much love, brother.
Type shit.
Yeah, I just been zombie working like a motherfucker, brother. Oh, I need to fucking lay down. I ain't smoking no more. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm fucking famished. I need to fucking I need to lay down. Just fucking been over here typing shit and fucking back and forth on both of these computers doing some fucking creations and stuff. Making some elements for me to fuck around with tomorrow. So when I wake up, I can have something to fuck with. I'm making some things for the About Me section, you know. About Me is schedule, the donations, the rules, the socials, making my own custom banners and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Kind of getting my own little custom things made. They're gonna be whatever they're gonna be. I'm gonna kind of go with something. And we're gonna change it over time. I might get somebody to make something for me. But I mean, AI shit is fine for me for right now. As long as it's looking the way I want it to look. Colors and scheme and even text, But I thank you for the offer, brother, man. I appreciate you, man. You're a blessing. But I'm gonna tap out in a second. I should have tapped out. I forgot I was still on. My mind keep on saying like fucking just like log off, put on some videos, but I like the music, so I'm just kind of vibing, Yeah.
Now we play the waiting game.
Hmm.
It's over 9,000!
Hmm. Peace, y'all. Logging out. G vibes. Out for the night. I love y'all. Y'all take it easy, alright? Peace and love. Pulling up the tabs.
Another one.
BZG.
Talking about.
I'm here, fam. Cheers.
Type shit.
Hell yeah, man. I appreciate you being here, man.
Talking about.
Was rolling up, fam.
Type shit.
Oh, I feel that, man. I was telling you, brother, man, I ain't hitting no more weed. I'm about to pass the fuck over now. I should have been going through 20, 30 minutes ago, an hour ago. I appreciate you popping in and, man, inviting me to the party, baby, but I'm gonna go ahead and let it go. Ah. It's been a long day. You know what I mean? It's been a long day. I appreciate you and your support, brother. We're gonna lock in tomorrow. That's for sure. If you here, I'm here, baby. Waterman's 424 launch. That boy locked in early.
Another one.
Xenar Forex says, got you tabbed in.
Hey, thank you, Xena4X, baby.
At
I
Louis Stream
appreciate
says,
you.
Xenar Forex is kicking it in the vibe zone. The support
We
is a
about to
blessing.
play. I got everybody tabbed up. Everybody that can. I'm fucking brained out right now. I need to go.
Talking about.
He'll be streaming me writing music when I go live.
Type shit.
Ain't no doubt there, brother, man. We'll see about you. We'll get in with you.
Another one.
Just closing all my kick tabs and reopening everything. One last time for the night. He's gonna circulate through him. Big blessings. I'm still delaying clicking on shit. That's how I be, brother.
Now we play the waiting game.
Mr. Adversity.
Girl, I just like
Talking about.
come on,
He'll be doing that while you asleep till you wake up unless you ain't worried about the special emotes, lol, but I mean it would be cool though to have haha.
No matter how big a star
Type
I
shit.
am, I'm always gonna be dealing with adversity.
Oh yeah, I'll be up in about 5-6 hours.
I don't know, girl. I just like
Adversity.
come on, adversity.
Dealing with adversity, man.
I can't deal with it.
I said, deal with it.
Don't drink my water.
Leave me a sip.
Don't drink his water.
Damn, come on, man.
Oh man, deal with me.
He doesn't. I'm sorry. What? Here. Teddy Twister.
Adversity, my guy.
No.
Charlie, you grew up in a tough neighborhood.
Deal with adversity.
My name is a pimp named Slickback, and this, sir, is an intervention. Your friends have reason to believe that you are suffering from chronic bitch dependency, Mr. Dubois. May I call you Tom?
Is this some kind of joke?
Tom. Bitch dependency is no laughing matter. Addiction to a bitch can fuck with your friends, your health, and scary enough, even your money. It's a disease, Tom.
Wait.
Yeah. Try and tell you, boy. Listen, one more time. Adversity.
Charlie, you grew up in a tough neighborhood, didn't you?
That's right. Drugs, violence. My whole life I had to deal with adversity. No matter how big a star I am, I'm always gonna be dealing with adversity.
Adversity Johnson, what's your take on this?
I don't know,
Adversity
girl.
Johnson.
Come on, adversity. I can't deal with it.
Come on, no, don't drink my water.
Leave me a sip. Leave me a sip. Damn, come on, man. Deal with it.
He doesn't. I'm sorry. What? Here. Teddy Twister. Come on.
Are you okay?
No.
Charlie, you grew up in a tough neighborhood, didn't you?
That's right.
Adversity,
Drugs.
baby. Adversity. You know what I'm saying?
Sir? I'm gonna need you to go ahead and put that seat up for me.
Why?
Safety protocol, sir, please. Seat in the upright position.
This is for safety?
Absolutely, that's what I just said.
Dude, it's kind of embarrassing. I can't. It's tough to fit. I can't fit.
Sir? I'm gonna need you to go ahead and put that seat up for me.
Why?
Safety protocol, sir, please. Seat in the upright position.
It's over 9,000.
Absolutely, that's what I just said.
Dude, it's kind of embarrassing. I can't. It's tough to fit. I can't fit with a bag.
Yeah, you're having a tough time fitting in that seat. Maybe you should take better care of your body.
Are you a psycho, dude?
Sir, I'm trying to keep safety protocols in place. I'm doing this for your own good.
Whoa. It does feel safer.
Is there a problem here, sir?
I'm fine.
Sensing a lot of attitude from you. I just wonder if I've got to go get the captain.
What are you gonna tell the captain? We got a guy reclining back there. What the fuck's he gonna do? Turn it around?
He might.
He might emergency land this thing because I took a nap.
He might.
Is that what did 9/11? 19 fucking dudes reclining?
Did you just say 9/11?
Oh boy, we got a guy reclining.
Sir, can I get you something to drink? Maybe a Diet Coke?
Does your dad know you do this shit?
How about some peanuts? You could scoop them out of my hand, you big L. Sir?
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna need you to go.
Jesus Christ. The hell?
My eyes couldn't believe it, but this
Stressful fucking starvation. And you know how I feel about fucking starvation. I love food. Shit.
You said you got common sense, what you doing all day?
You ruined my fucking time for what? I still have fucking food in my fucking stomach.
That's a homeless man, bro. I befriended him. He was sitting on my stairs for a good year. I finally asked him, do he want to start smoking? So I would invite him to smoke sessions every now and then. I started to feed him. I got him a job. It's another one that got us to this point right here that I can't even explain to y'all. But I'm gonna just give y'all the job situation. Manager's telling me like, we gotta kick him. But I'm explaining to him, this man's story. Because like, he ain't got nobody, he ain't got nothing. So I'm trying to make sure, bro, you know what I'm saying, good and he eating whatever. But it started getting to the point where like, McDonald's, when you go on break, you get a free lunch or whatever. So like, they was calling out the numbers one day. And they called out like 35 or some shit, just putting out a random number. Bro came and grabbed a customer's meal, and that was the end for them. So I really had to try to find a way to break it to him, like, that they not fucking with you. But I didn't know how to do that, so at the time, I just stopped picking them up. And that's what led to this right here, bro.
Stressful fucking starvation. And you know how I feel about fucking starvation. I love food. Shit.
You said you got common sense, what you doing all day?
You ruined my fucking time for what? I said
Yeah, he got good heart. He did what he could. I know what that says.
See, when are we gonna think of ourselves as more than this? What y'all doing? Y'all rolling, flipping, stooping, boxing, maxing? I used to flip, roll, whatever you want to call it. Is that we are all.
Great job, you guys. You really work hard today. I wish I could pay you more, but you know how it is.
Right, yeah, I don't know. As you were.
As you were what, smart guy?
Oh, brothers. Look at yourselves. Pants hanging off your ass, looking like a couple of clowns, which you are. Okay, enjoy the birthday celebration.
Give me your f***ing money, bitch!
Brother.
Sir, everybody in this self-defense class has already paid to participate. If you're interested, you can sign up online.
Well, think about it. Thank you, sir.
Brother, my brother, you older brothers need to break the stereotype and stop being so preachy.
You preachy, man. Plus, you older than me.
I'm 9 years old. I got Benjamin Button's disease.
I'm done. Brothers. See, when are we gonna think of ourselves as more than...
This home on wheels could be yours for $12.95. We're giving it away at Ford 4x4.
The guy made a video bypassing the lock. The company responds by suing him, saying he tampered with the one. So he orders a new one and bypasses it straight out of the...
First, we need to open the box to get the box.
Yeah, the company threatened to sue him.
And in the original packaging, so you know it wasn't tampered with.
All right.
Oh. Yeah, you can't do that with the Beach Plum McCoy.
Okay. So there it is.
Well,
there's the key.
Sure the key actually open.
Taking it right out of the packaging.
Sometimes they don't. I'm not saying this particular brand, but it's happened where I've gotten a brand new lock and
what's he doing with the key?
Can't work. You can still pick it though, which is interesting.
What the hell?
So anyways, cut the top off, put a slit down the side. Myself on a aluminum shim.
Sure.
And that's it, you don't have to measure anything. No science, no math needed. Just gonna shim it into the back. Make sure we're fully seated behind the latch.
Sure.
A few pumps. There it is.
Trash.
It just throws that down like it's garbage. Wow. Okay.
Trash.
Well, we were earning today. Yep. I guess that's how it works. The guy.
Trash. Trash. Damn. Threw that shit down like trash. Like, I used to watch that dude too, Lockpick Lawyer. I think that's who that was. He be fucking crushing it. Who was that? We gotta be locked
He's
in
too
loyal.
busy in his head dealing with his conscience. So once he go to God and ask God to clean his spirit, forgive him for his sins, and to have mercy upon his soul, then Thug will be able to think clear. That nigga didn't get out of jail and say, thank you, God, not one single time. I thank you, God, will have took him a long way in life. But it's due to the fact that he said he didn't feel like he was in jail. He wasn't. Because when he was in jail, I know Thug, he prayed. You feel what I'm saying? He even admitted while he was in jail that he been praying. But you came out of here and didn't acknowledge God at all. Look what happened to him. The devil told God, let me have him. Let me have him. I'm telling you, he gonna curse you. And God said, well, let's see. And Thug cursed God. Thug got out here told everybody, don't work with gonna wreck, gonna dig, gonna that. And then when the fan blow and the shit hit it, was he looking in that mirror pointing a finger at himself? He made Gunna bigger than goddamn it. He made Gunna that big.
Yeah.
And guess what? This shit come out right after Gunna leave the label.
Would you rather pay $1,000 a month? Yeah, I'm excited.
Did you hit that guy?
Damn right I did.
What gives you the right to do that?
Well, I'm her boyfriend.
Well, I'm her father.
So what, now you're mad at me?
No. Not really.
So what's the problem?
Well, the problem is maybe I wanted to hit him.
So hit him.
No. You ruined it.
Well, I'm sorry I was here, so bye.
Well, next time, check with me first, and if I don't want to hit him, then you can hit him.
Okay.
Not that I would have hit him, but if I wanted to, it would have been nice if I could have.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, I only hit him once, right in the gut.
You puke?
Not what he wanted to, you could tell.
Sorry. Guess I'm done here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hang around here and make sure this Howard guy apologizes to her.
Okay. Good work.
No problem.
If I'd have hit him, he'd have puked. Did you hit that guy?
Damn right I did.
What gives you the right to do that?
Well, I'm her boyfriend.
Well, I'm her father.
So what, now you're mad at me?
No. Not really.
So what's the problem?
Well, the problem is maybe I wanted to hit him.
So hit him.
No. You ruined it.
Ah, yes, Sakura Date, a dating platform with a welcome and engaging community.
Marvel items are coming back to Fortnite tomorrow. Announced by Epic Games themselves, tomorrow, Friday, September 12th, coming back to Fortnite in the form of Blitz Royale is Stark Island, or at least a quote-unquote reimagined version of it, as well as the Stark Industries energy rifle, Iron Man's flight kit, War Machine's arsenal, and War Machine's hover jets. Other Marvel items rumored but not confirmed to be coming back at some point in the near future are things like Spider-Man's gloves and Captain America's shield. Again, those last two are just rumors on the leaker streets, and if they actually are coming back, it probably won't be tomorrow. But yeah, Epic Games is reaching really far up their sleeve to try to inject some life into this game. In fact, they're actually so desperate, they're even bringing back the War Machine jetpack, which, as we all know, for whatever reason, they just hold some absolutely absurd hatred for. So yeah, as always, you guys let me know your thoughts on all this. What are you excited for to return? What else are you hoping returns? And also keep the faith that this game will revive itself at some point in the next few months, as it always does every single year.
Oh, excuse me. Excuse me, sir?
Yeah.
You were late for pickup.
Oh, I'm sorry, there was no parking spots. Nate! Hey, little buddy! What's up?
You were late for pickup.
Yeah, I told you I couldn't find a spot.
I'm sorry, we don't accept excuses.
It wasn't an excuse. It's just what happened. Plus, I was only like 2 minutes late, right, buddy?
Have you read the school guidebook?
Yep.
Oh, shit. It's $1 for every minute you're late.
Of course it is. Okay. Here's $5.
Oh, no, the first violation
the wall? Really?
Oh.
Well, then why didn't you tell me that before I put my kid down?
Well, if you'd actually read the guidebook instead of just saying you did, I wouldn't have to tell you anything.
Is there like a problem here, miss?
Well, actually...
Because if you have some sort of issue with me, what you do is you take me aside in private and you talk to me. You don't dress me down in front of my kid. I'm paying you to educate my son, not me, okay?
Well, we here at Little Hearts and Minds believe that education extends into the home.
No, do you?
Once again,
Fantastic.
you'd know that.
I do
if
know
you'd
that.
actually picked up the guidebook and started.
Jesus Christ, I read the goddamn fucking guidebook. All right, you stumpy little cunt.
Daddy, what's a cunt?
Yeah, somebody that gives you shit for being 2 seconds late for pickup.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh, excuse me. Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
You were late for pickup.
Oh, I'm sorry, there was no parking spot.
Daddy!
Nate! Hey, little buddy. What's up?
You were late for pickup.
Yeah, I told you I couldn't find a spot.
I'm sorry, we don't accept excuses.
Wasn't an excuse. Just what happened. Plus, I was only like 2 minutes late, right, buddy?
Have you read the school guidebook?
Yep. What?
It's $1 for...
Shop Etsy.
Why you pop yours? You ain't fuck with me?
Personally, you talk like my little brother. Oh, hold on. I'm 26.
Okay.
And you talk like my little brother. I feel like I'm talking to my little... Chicago as well.
Oh.
Yeah, you're very gorgeous though, but I don't like that you put the fake flower in your vest trying to make it look better than what it was.
Yeah.
I don't like that you brought a fake briefcase. There's probably nothing in there, and it's also halfway open. You should probably close it. Also, I don't like that the fact that you put your hat.
What would be
Why do you have a hat on?
fake briefcase though?
Fake briefcase.
I mean, the hair
and
done.
something.
It's done. It's done.
So why
though.
didn't you show your hair?
That's what I wanted to do today.
I don't understand. I just want to see your hair. Look.
I get it. I've dealt with, you feel me, Chicago women most of my life. You okay? Me and your brother probably sound alike because we done been through the same struggles. You feel me? But I could respect that. I just wanted to know what you was thinking about. That's all that was.
It's just weird talking to my little brother. So
No problem. You can't say little. We the same age, dog. Let's be respectful.
you sound like him though.
That's
So
because we
talking-
from the same place. So you don't like people from your hometown.
I never said
And
that.
that's respectful. I can respect
I just want a man with a higher vocabulary,
Okay.
which you don't have on your day-to-day speak. Speaking to all the other women, trust. I know. You're
I talk like where I was born from. I got a real like respect. I can't let you, like, you feel me, throw down what I've been through. You feel me?
I never said that you went through it.
You tried though, darling.
No, I
You feel me?
didn't.
So I want you to know, like, I'm really from struggle. I speak a certain type of way, but I've searched for education. I have a bachelor's degree.
fine.
You feel me? What I work with people every day. So I don't want you to just throw shade on hood niggas in general.
wasn't throwing shade
I
on you,
speak with a
love.
little slang. I got a little hood to me, but I'm educated, baby.
No, that's fine.
We can move forward. Thank you. Why you pop yours? Yeah.
Okay, here we go. I'm dating Sammy the bus driver.
Oh,
You all have 1 minute and 45 seconds to ask me whatever questions you want, and then I'm not talking about it anymore.
Hold on a second.
Nope. Go.
How long has this been going on?
Officially about 6 months.
How'd you keep this hidden from?
Okay, here we go. I'm dating Sammy the bus driver.
Oh,
You all have 1 minute and 45 seconds to ask me whatever questions you want, and then I'm not talking about it anymore.
hold on a second.
Nope. Go.
How long has this been going on?
Officially about 6 months.
How'd you keep this hidden from us?
Easy, you're all oblivious.
Is he nice to you?
Yes, he's a lovely guy.
How did you meet?
On the bus.
Hey, how fast can a bus go?
That's your question?
Yeah, like how fast can a bus go? I've always wanted to know.
I don't know.
Why has he not proposed to you yet?
Because he's not a psychopath.
Does Sammy take the bus to work, and if so, who drives it?
You know, there are other buses and other bus drivers.
Could speed happen in real life? Like a bus that has to go 50 miles per hour, else it's gonna explode.
I don't know.
Is the bus the king of the vehicles the same way the lion is the king of animals? Stop asking bus questions. And if you were to get married, who would drive the bus?
And where do buses sleep at night? And this isn't a Thomas the Tank Engine scenario where the buses are alive and have faces.
How many other things can Sammy drive?
I have a speed follow-up. How many times has Sammy met Keanu Reeves?
I don't know. None.
And how come they haven't invented buses that could fly? Like you could fly in the air across great distances.
That's a plane.
But like a bus version.
Still a plane.
When Sammy's done with the bus, can I have it?
Why are they called bus boys? There's no buses involved.
There's only double-decker buses or burgers. How come?
You could call it Sky Bus.
Oop, time's up. Okay. So, from now on, me and Sammy dating, just a regular part of life. Any final questions? Any final questions that are not bus related? Mike, before you ask, I need you to think very carefully about whether or not this is, in fact, a bus question.
What did you ask?
I don't know if bus drivers wear bulletproof vests.
Why would they?
Why would he do that?
Have you seen Speed?
Deadass.
Okay, here we
They just squeezed by right. I'll say, give me that. He's one shot. Ah, boy, got some juice back there. Golly. Gee whiz, I think I'm playing pretty good defense. Owie, my ankle. And now for my next magic trick, the hurdle of doom. Here goes Justin Jefferson putting on the burners. Oh, and look at that referee. Hey, I scored a touchdown first. Get up, big fella, they need you. Feed the man. Ain't no one safe around here. Come here, rap. Man, Justin, I love you so much. I'd adopt you if I could. You ain't got to do that, coach. Look at these big muscles. Oh, hey, relax. Hold on. Turn around. Oh, coach, you hit me too hard. Did I get Wingstop or Pizza Hut after the game? What about Taco Bell? Watch this defense. Ooga booga. Well, that didn't work. Excuse me. Watch me fly, kids. Come here, you. Cause it's Since Mario and Luigi. Let's go.
Me, the bus driver. You all have.
They just squeezed by right. No, I'll say, give me that. He's one shot. That boy got some juice back there. Golly. Gee whiz, I think I'm playing pretty good defense. Owie, my ankle. And now for my next magic trick, the hurdle of doom. Here goes Justin Jefferson putting on the burners. Oh, and look at that referee. Hey, I scored a touchdown first. Get up, big fella, they need you. Feed the man. Ain't no one safe around here. Come here, rap. Man, Justin, I love you so much. I'd adopt you if I could. You ain't got to do that, coach. Look at these big muscles. Oh, hey, relax. Hold on. Turn around. Oh, coach, you hit me too hard. Did I get Wingstop or Pizza Hut after the game? What about Taco Bell? Watch this defense. Ooga booga. Well, that didn't work. Excuse me. Watch me fly, kids. Come here, you. Cause it's Since Mario and Luigi. Let's go. Come on in there, big fella. Ooh, cookies. Excuse me. Watch me fly, kids. That boy got some juice back there. Golly. Let's play some football, fellas. All right, now what do I do? Ha, Kobe. Yeah, that'll do it. Yo, a free touchdown. What have I done? Check the sundial, cause it's yam time. Here goes Justin Jefferson putting on the burners. Oh, and look at that referee. Hey, I scored a touchdown first. Oh, you want my phone number? Yeah, it's 1-800. Yeah. Gee whiz, I think I'm playing pretty good defense. Owie, my ankle. Ain't no one safe around here. Come here, rap. Come on in there, big fella.
The Bears will try field goal. Well, it doesn't look good. And it is short. That was pretty bad. Oh, sweet mother of power.
Hi, Mom.
Yo, DK, score this. I need the fantasy points.
Yeah, I got you. Hey, why you not guarding me?
I'll have you in fantasy, too.
Oh, yeah. Hey, bro, let's celebrate. Absolutely not. I say down with the red coats.
Spooky Bear has a chance to win the game.
No.
They just squeezed by right.
No. I'll say, give me that. He's one shot. That boy got some juice back there. Golly.
Gee whiz, I think I'm playing pretty good defense.
Owie, my ankle. And now for my next magic trick, the hurdle of doom.
Here goes Justin Jefferson putting on the burners. Oh, and look at that referee. Hey, I scored a touchdown first. Get up, big fella, they need you. Feed the man. Ain't no one safe around here. Come here, rap. Man, Justin, I love you so much. I'd adopt you if I could. You ain't got to do that, coach. Look at these big muscles. Hey, relax. Hold on. Turn around. Oh, coach, you hit me too hard. Did I get Wingstop or Pizza Hut after the game? What about Taco Bell? Watch this defense.
A girl accidentally found a baby animal of an unknown species. Upon closer inspection, it was pink and tender, looking very much like a strawberry gummy candy. Out of curiosity, the girl decided to raise it. First, she used a very thin straw to feed it some milk. Then she used a soft towel to make a small nest for it. Finally, she set an alarm to feed it every 2 hours. A few days later, the girl's efforts paid off. The little creature had grown a bit bigger, and its body had also gained some strength. Gradually, the little creature's fur also began to grow. Its spirits improved day by day, and its appetite also increased noticeably. This made the girl feel incredibly relieved and happy. And just like that, the little creature grew a little more. It looked a bit like a squirrel, but something felt not quite right. Its big, round, black eyes grew more and more adorable. It was very clingy to the girl, holding onto her finger and refusing to let go. Whenever she put it down, it would cry nonstop until it could climb back into her hand. Only then would it be content. The girl also really enjoyed this trusting dependence. So whenever she went out, as long as it was convenient, she would bring it along with her. And it also got used to the routine. As soon as it heard the girl was about to go out, it would immediately climb into her backpack and wait. After arriving at their destination, it would follow closely behind the girl, never leaving her side, becoming her little shadow. By this time, the girl had learned its name was the sugar glider. It's a species of creature with the ability to glide. But it was so timid now, it was time to train its courage. So the girl had it stand on a platform and jump towards her. The little creature bravely took its first leap. Next was training its climbing ability. Although it wasn't very skilled the first time, it still managed to succeed. Gradually, it could glide from a flower pot to the girl. When launching from the top of a slide, it also landed successfully in her hands. The bond between them grew deeper and deeper. Every leap showed the mutual trust they had for each other. A pet like this, would you want to have one? A girl accidentally found a baby animal of an unknown species.
9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra for $7.
Your brain produces monthly a substance that the Vatican calls holy chrism in secret rituals. You waste it without knowing.
Something.
Your brain produces monthly a substance that the Vatican calls holy chrism in secret rituals. You waste it without knowing.
Christos was never a proper name. In Greek, it literally means oil,
The same precious oil that your pineal and pituitary glands secrete when the moon crosses the degree of your birth. Carey exposed in his book, God, Man, the Word Made Flesh, preserve this secretion for 72 hours without alcohol and it rises through the spine, explodes in potency in the brain, and produces the state they sell as salvation through Jesus. Golgotha means place of the skull, and it's not a hill in Jerusalem. It's the base of your skull where the optic nerves cross. The bread and wine of communion, metaphors for this sacred secretion from your body, which they replaced with crackers and juice. Constantine, who boiled his own wife, changed the original lunar calendar. Result, you never get the timing of your sacred cycles right. While popes fast during the correct lunar periods, you pay tithes, thinking you need a priest to talk to God. The illumination you beg for on your knees is being produced right now in your head. Your brain produces monthly a substance that the Vatican calls holy chrism in secret rituals. You waste it without knowing.
Christos was never a proper name. In Greek, it literally...
Something in her voice was drawing me to her, and she grabbed my heart, bro. I didn't want to say it out loud. I didn't want to. I didn't want that. Cap. Even in this marriage, man, I took my wife.
Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Hey, listen. Can you hear me? Can you talk?
My name is Julie. I live in Sheepshead Bay.
I know who you are. You're that crazy witch girl supposed to be born inside of a tree. Ain't supposed to be afraid of nothing. Well, I guess it's time somebody gave you something to be afraid of, girl.
You right about me. And my daddy was a Golden Gloves champion. And from the time I was little, he been teaching me how to deal with dumbass men who want to scare me. So, let me thank him now while you still conscious for giving me the opportunity to demonstrate some of the special shit he done taught me. Go on, unzip me. Unzip me now. I don't want this asshole's blood all over my dress. Well, come on. Where your belt at? Come on. Yeah. Use your belt. Come on.
I ain't got time to be dealing with this crazy shit. You ain't none of my concern, no way. Now go on then. I know who you are. You're that crazy witch girl supposed to be born inside of a tree. Ain't supposed to be afraid of nothing. Well, I guess it's time somebody gave you something.
Yeah. Use your belt. Come on.
I ain't got time to be dealing with this crazy shit. You ain't none of my concern, no way. Now go on then. I know who you are. You're that crazy witch girl supposed to be born inside of a tree.
Nothing beats the Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family.
You got your fucking game over here, bitch. Keep your dog over there. We won't have no motherfucking issues. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Keep your punk ass dog over there, bitch.
Nothing beats the Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person.
Look at this, guys. Okay, you got your fork? Yeah. Here you go. So we're just serving right here.
Okay, but you're serving people out in the street.
I'm trying to, do the best I can, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how else I would be able to serve people, you know?
Here is not the right place to do that.
Okay, we'll finish up and we'll get out of here. Thank you. But we're just trying to make it work the best way we can, you know?
Well, let's do it now.
Okay, so we can't finish?
No, we're going somewhere else.
Okay, he's not gonna let us finish, guys, so we're just gonna...
Sure, what you got against the whole...
Hey, yo. Yo. What's up, bro? Where you been, boy? Boy, it's been a minute. I ain't seen you since you beat my Hellcat.
Nah, man, I'm going on vacation, man. Take my family to vacation, man.
That's perfect. We get a little roll on the way.
Nah, man. I ain't gonna race it.
What, you don't want your son to see you lose to a real car?
Don't be a chicken man.
Okay. See now you got my son. Yeah, let's go ahead and run it, man.
Hey, yeah. Let's get it. I'm gonna need me a 50.
Alright. You ready?
Here we go.
3, 2, 1.
Now we play the waiting game.
Give me some, buddy.
You've met the X-Shot Insanity motorized Ragefire. But have you met...
Alright, I'm going to sleep. Good night, y'all. I don't know why the fuck I'm still here.
Smoking barrel.
Bye. Peace.
Have you ever noticed something others...
Jones. Talking about. Time for the late night vibe. Type shit.
Timothy Randy says, it is never about the destination. It's about the journey. The fun we have.
Have you ever noticed something
Timothy
others...
Randy says, drop dead gorgeous stream.
Time for the late night vibe. Type shit.
Timothy Randy says, it is never about the destination. It's about the journey. The fun we have.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want,
over 9,000!
and watch it take shape.
Timothy Randy says, it is never about the destination.
You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it, land? Let's make your dream a reality right now. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch.
Now we're
going to give you a play-by-play. This is the order you can expect things to change in when you are being psyoped. Is that about right?
That's exactly right. I'll give you the exact steps. If the government was going to pull off what we would call a world-changing manufactured event, the first part of that, before you get to the actual steps, this is called the Overton window.
I do know the Overton window, yeah. For anyone who doesn't know what that is, the Overton window is basically all the information that it's acceptable to talk about in public. So what I drew here really quick was, this is the Overton window in the middle, and then on one side you have an H for denial, and over here you have the hammer and sickle for bring back the Soviet Union. Those are things you could not put on the news because people would go, whoa, it's getting a little crazy, right? So the Overton window is just all the things that people don't think are crazy to talk about. They know how to move the Overton window one way or the other, or stretch it or shrink it.
Exactly. The first part of the process is the Overton window has to be moved to where what's about to happen becomes acceptable to talk about. You have what's called a normalization phase. During the normalization phase, news organizations talk about the subject. Let's pretend for a minute, let's go back to the drones. Let's say that the drones turned into something that was even bigger than it was. They would be putting up footage of drone activity all the time.
In case you don't remember, that's exactly what they did.
And what that does is it normalizes to the rest of America that this is common. This is happening all the time. Once you're desensitized, you're willing to accept even more. After you normalize it, is setting the stage for the big reveal.
So then after you normalize something and put it in the Overton window, what they would then do would be something like saying, hey, there are even more people with even more information that's coming, and we're about to find out what it is, and that creates tension and fear in the general public, and they start needing to know what's coming.
So now you ramp it up, you get the anticipation. That invokes the need of some sort of salvation, some sort of rescuing.
So once they normalize the thing and then they create fear around it, then they give the public the idea that they need to be saved from the thing.
And the someone always ends up being a government organization. And that's what they want you to think, is the government needs to step up to rescue us.
The climate change crisis that doesn't exist, the racial division issue that has to be solved with diversity, equity, and inclusion, the energy crisis that can only be solved by shipping everyone into smart cities, and now the one we keep seeing new reports on daily, AI Atlas. The government's going to have to step in and save us from the hostile alien mothership. This is their go-to playbook. How the vast majority of the population has not caught on to this yet absolutely blows my mind. And look at all the damage they cause by doing this. Nothing ever gets better when the media starts pushing the government's narrative. Instead, we get something like what happened yesterday, where some lunatic tries to solve a non-issue by themselves because they've watched way too much CNN. I feel like it's getting more and more obvious by the day that most of these news organizations just need to have their entire broadcast license pulled. This stuff is getting out of hand.
A guy was driving a motorbike down Highway Viaducto Reynosa in Mexico. Late at night, when he sees a kid standing all alone just in the woods near the road. Thinking it's a lost kid in need of help, he decides to stop and get out to help. As he stops, he notices a bunch of items scattered on the ground, and things quickly turn creepy.
Pues acabo de ver que hay un niño, güey. Había un niño aquí ahorita y mira, hay una cubeta tirada allá. No sé si se alcanza a ver. Y hay otra acá y aquí como que echaron algo recién.
Now we play the waiting game.
Quién sabe qué pedo, pero te juro que viene un niño. Ahí está, güey, ahí está. Puta madre, güey, ¿cómo lo hago? Niño. Aquí están pasando los carros, pero no mames. Niño. Hey, niño, ven. Hey, ven. Ven para acá. ¿Qué haces allá? Vente, te llevo. ¿Con quién estás? ¿Y tu papá? ¿Dónde está tu mamá? ¿Con quién estás? No, yo no puedo ir, vente, ven tú a la luz, ándale, ven, te ayudo, vente, te llevo a tu casa, ¿dónde vives? La verga, güey, no mames, qué pedo, güey.
The boy replies in a creepy, non-human sounding tone, saying, "Come here," and that he's with no one, as if trying to lure the man into the woods.
Vente, te llevo. ¿Con quién estás?
However, the man refuses and the boy doesn't show himself from the darkness. The man then suspects something ain't right, and that he should just get out of there, so he quickly drives away. This highway is along the outskirts of Mexico, which is way too far for any kid to be wandering around there, especially at night. So the question remains, just what was he talking to?
I don't know exactly what this guy just avoided, but it seemed like he was about to get abducted or something. There's no telling. Imagine coming up on that in the middle of the night. If that were really a little kid out there by themselves, how did they get out there? And why were they so adamant that this guy leave his motorcycle by the roadside and follow them into the woods? He certainly made the right decision. Sometimes you just gotta rescind your offer to help. That could have only ended terribly. That would be terrifying. Hey, don't forget to click like and subscribe if you haven't already, and don't forget to leave your theories and your comments in the comment section down below.
I want to queue up a video that I've been given, and as before it starts, I'm going to describe. This was taken October 30th of 2024. This video is of an MQ-9 drone tracking an orb, or this object, off the coast of Yemen. You'll see that another MQ-9 launched a Hellfire missile. That you cannot see that drone, and so I'm not going to explain it to you. You'll see exactly what it does.
It's over 9,000!
This is when it zoomed out. You can still see it traveling. So, Mr. Knapp, do you have you heard about events like this occurring? And what information might you have?
I have heard about events like this. I have heard about this event. Jeremy Corbell and I talked about it in one of our episodes a while back. We did not have the video, though. There are servers where there's a whole bank of these kind of videos that Congress has not been allowed to see, that the public hasn't been allowed to see. Occasionally, some of that stuff gets out in the wild and it comes our way. It should be going to you. The public should be seeing this stuff. And why you're not allowed to, I don't know. But that's a Hellfire missile smacking into that UFO and just bounced right off. And it kept going.
It kept going, and it looks like the debris was taken with it.
Yeah, what the heck is that?
This is what's so scary. I have no doubts that that's either technology created. I don't know exactly what this guy.
That another MQ-9 launched a Hellfire missile. That you cannot see that drone, and so I'm not going to explain it to you. You'll see exactly what it does. This is when it zoomed out. You can still see it traveling. So, Mr. Knapp, do you have you heard about events like this occurring? And what information might you have?
I have heard about events like this. I have heard about this event. Jeremy Corbell and I talked about it in one of our episodes a while back. We did not have the video, though. There are servers where There's a whole bank of these kind of videos that Congress has not been allowed to see, that the public hasn't been allowed to see. Occasionally some of that stuff gets out in the wild and it comes our way. It should be going to you. You know, the public should be seeing this stuff. And why you're not allowed to, I don't know. But that's a Hellfire missile smacking into that UFO and just bounced right off. And it kept going.
It kept going, and it looks like the debris was taken with it.
Yeah, what the heck is that?
This is what's so scary. I have no doubts that that's either technology created by our government or technology that was gifted to our government that they're now in control of. And the only reason I feel like they're even releasing this to the public is so that they can back up their narrative that we have off-world visitors here that we can't defend ourselves against. But the real implication here, as far as I'm concerned, is that we've messed up and we've allowed our government to run these black budget secret programs for far too long. Now they've developed technologies that we the people are not going to be able to defend ourselves against. Once they openly turn on us, we'll be screwed. But as far as theories go, think of the way that we've had the propulsion systems of these crafts explained to us, creating a sort of force field around the craft that pulls it through the atmosphere. I think the propulsion system acts as a barrier around it, protecting it from anything it comes into contact with. I'm betting you could drop an atom bomb on that thing and it would just keep on moving. What are y'all's thoughts?
Bro, I'm playing COD, my whole PlayStation turns off, and this door opens up by itself, and it was closed because I opened. What the was that? What the and the light's going again. And the light's going again. And right there is the light switches to that light. And guess what else I'm about to tell you? Nobody's home. Oh my. What the and the dogs want no part of it. And why is that door open? Bro? It's coming in threes. It's coming in threes. If you don't believe me, nobody's home. There is the notes that my mom left me when they go on vacation. Honestly, I'm scared as right now. Lucy is scared right now too, actually.
I love trying to figure out how these things could be pulled off if it were being faked or replicated. Although it would probably damage the breaker, you could have someone standing next to the breaker box flipping that thing on and off repeatedly. Or that light could be on a three-way switch. They could also be using one of those aperture battery-powered LED light bulbs that looks like a regular bulb and will screw into any light socket, but you can control it with an app on your phone. You don't even have to have that thing plugged into a socket. You can just sit it on the counter and control it remotely. That could be how he's doing this. Aside from the noise and the light flickering, everything else that he's claiming happened all happened before he started filming, so we just got to take his word for it. He does seem genuinely confused and freaked out though. I know one thing, if I were him, I'd be checking that open closet door. I certainly wouldn't be turning my back to it to film the dog at the top of the stairs. What if he had a couple intruders in the house that were making a commotion downstairs to get him to come down there? What do y'all think is going on in this clip?
At some point down the line, the narrative changed to be around climate. What was the narrative prior to that? What was the justification they were giving in order to push, this kind of more control from the top down?
Yeah, immediately preceding climate and environment, actually the Cold War was the pretext for having this incredibly large, incredibly powerful federal government. And in fact, you see a very clear break when the Club of Rome met in 1991 as the Soviet state and the Eastern European communist states were collapsing. The Club of Rome, very, very powerful elitists. Obviously, Mikhail Gorbachev was there. You had many prominent Americans, people like Al Gore. They got together and they came up with this incredible document where they actually said we need a new justification for this all-powerful state. So the new excuse is going to be because the environment is going to be harmed and because climate is going to hurt us.
Wait, what? I could not believe what I just heard. Did world leaders really lay out this globalist plan in plain English in a physical book way back in 1991? I went on Amazon, and there it was. the first global revolution, which states, and I quote, "In searching for a common enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, water shortages, famine, and the like would fit the bill. And therefore, the real enemy is humanity itself."
The science is clear. We are getting dangerously close to the point of no return.
The science is very clear. This natural world is severely endangered.
Code Red for Humanity is not a group of political officials, elected officials. These are the scientists.
There is a top-down quality to this policy which is extremely forceful, and the forcefulness comes from scientism, which is the ideology that we understand the world fully because of science. We have to listen to the science so that we have a better future for tomorrow. This is just ideological BS. And it's also quite dangerous. It's a dangerous way of looking at the world because then it means nothing matters apart from science. Culture doesn't matter, history doesn't matter, religion doesn't matter, social interaction doesn't matter, nothing matters but science. You don't need to be a theologian or philosopher to understand that that's complete nonsense, but also dangerous nonsense. If nothing matters than just science, then what kind of a world do we actually live in?
History is truly at a turning point. In times of crisis, the role of governments is more important and more relevant than ever.
The World Economic Forum is actually a critical part of implementing this UN agenda. Some years ago, they became a strategic partner of the UN in the implementation of Agenda 2030. And then you start looking at the connections between the World Economic Forum and China. Klaus Schwab and Xi Jinping, they're like old buddies. They put out press releases about how much they love each other. So you've got the super capitalists represented by the World Economic Forum. And then on the government side, you have communists, right? After Agenda 2030 was adopted, the Communist Party in China put out through all their propaganda organs. They said, we played a critical role in this Agenda 2030. You had Javier Solana, the head of NATO, saying this was going to be the next great leap forward, right? The last great leap forward in China killed millions of people. Why would we want another one of those? That's crazy. So you have communists and super capitalists all coming together and working on this one sustainable development agenda. And that should make us all pause and say, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense on the surface. What's going on here?
China is a powerful example of what can be achieved when national governments make environmental protection a top priority.
The motivations of those who are pushing this agenda, many of them tend to emulate countries like China, which have abysmal environmental records. This is a country that has massive pollution problems. They don't seem to care about rivers and lakes and streams. There's all sorts of toxins pouring into them. In actuality, I would say their envy of China is more to do with their control over their population and control over politics than it has to do with the environment. In looking at this, it looks like the environment's a tool to achieve power more than it is an end goal of itself to actually protect nature.
Wow. If y'all are on the fence about this global warming crisis, it ought to be settled now. This has nothing to do with the environment. It has everything to do with control. I just wish there was a way to beam this video into everyone's living room at the same time. It is really disheartening to know that this information is out there, but even if you present it to people, most folks are just simply not going to be bothered with watching it. They're just going to keep buying the lie.
Late at night, when a mother quickly grabs her phone to record this video, she lays in bed across from her daughter, who just told her a few hours ago that she was scared of sleeping in her room. According to the mother who sent me this, she was terribly shaken up by the events of that night. Something in her home had felt completely off, and she needed to record this. While taking this video, she captures this.
If prior to that, what was the justification they were giving in order to push, this kind of more control from the top down?
Yeah, immediately preceding climate and environment, actually the Cold War was the pretext for having this incredibly large, incredibly powerful federal government. In fact, you see a very clear break when the Club of Rome met in 1991 as the Soviet state and the Eastern European communist states were collapsing. The Club of Rome, very, very powerful elitists. Obviously, Mikhail Gorbachev was there. You had many prominent Americans, people like Al Gore. They got together and they came up with this incredible document where they actually said we need a new justification for this all-powerful state. So the new is going to be because the environment is going to be harmed and because climate is going to hurt us.
Wait, what? I could not believe what I just heard. Did world leaders really lay out this globalist plan in plain English in a physical book way back in 1991? I went on Amazon, and there it was. The First Global Revolution, which states, and I quote, "In searching for a common enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, water shortages, famine, and the like would fit the bill. And therefore, the real enemy is humanity itself."
The science is clear. We are getting dangerously close to the point of no return.
The science is very clear. This natural world is severely endangered.
Code Red for Humanity is not a group of political officials, elected officials. These are the scientists.
There is a top-down quality to this policy which is extremely forceful.
Now we
and the
play the
forcefulness
waiting
comes
game.
from scientism, which is the ideology that we understand the world fully because of science. We have to listen to the science so that we have a better future for tomorrow. This is just ideological BS. And it's also quite dangerous. It's a dangerous way of looking at the world because then it means nothing matters apart from science. Culture doesn't matter, history doesn't matter, religion doesn't matter, social interaction doesn't matter, nothing matters but science. You don't need to be a theologian or philosopher to understand that that's complete nonsense, but also dangerous nonsense. If nothing matters than just science, then what kind of a world do we actually live in?
History is truly at a turning point. In times of crisis, the role of governments is more important and more relevant than ever.
The World Economic Forum is actually a critical part of implementing this UN agenda. Some years ago, they became a strategic partner of the UN in the implementation of Agenda 2030. And then you start looking at the connections between the World Economic Forum and China. Klaus Schwab and Xi Jinping, they're like old buddies. They put out press releases about how much they love each other. So you've got the super capitalists represented by the World Economic Forum. And then on the government side, you have communists, right? But after Agenda 2030 was adopted, the Communist Party in China put out through all their propaganda organs, they said, we played a critical role in this Agenda 2030. You had Javier Solana, the head of NATO, saying this was going to be the next great leap forward, right? The last great leap forward in China killed millions of people. Why would we want another one of those? That's crazy. So you have communists and super capitalists all coming together and working on this one sustainable development agenda. And that should make us all pause and say, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense on the surface. What's going on here?
China is a powerful example of what can be achieved when national governments make environmental protection a top priority.
The motivations of those who are pushing this agenda, many of them tend to emulate countries like China, which have abysmal environmental records. This is a country that has massive pollution problems. They don't seem to care about rivers and lakes and streams. There's all sorts of toxins pouring into them. In actuality, I would say their envy of China is more to do with their control over their population and control over politics than it has to do with the environment. In looking at this, it looks like the environment's a tool to achieve power more than it is an end goal of itself to actually protect nature.
Wow. If y'all were on the fence about this global warming crisis, it ought to be settled now. This has nothing to do with the environment. It has everything to do with control. I just wish there was a way to beam this video into everyone's living room at the same time. It is really disheartening to know that this information is out there, but even if you present it to people, most folks are just simply not going to be bothered with watching it. They're just going to keep buying the lie.
Late at night, when a mother quickly grabs her phone to record this video, she lays in bed across from her daughter, who just told her a few hours ago that she was scared of sleeping in her room. According to the mother who sent me this, she was terribly shaken up by the events of that night. Something in her home had felt completely off, and she needed to record this. While taking this video, she captures this.
So, my daughter's sleeping with me in my bed tonight. She kept saying that she was really scared of something in her room. I'm a little bit shaky. I don't know if you guys can tell, but So this is the same toy that used to go off in the past. And it's always terrified me since. So I would ask it questions and it would answer with noises.
Now, I will admit that watching this video the first time, I completely missed what happened. It wasn't until brightening up this footage that it became much clearer. A finger on this toy arm suddenly lifts on its own. It almost seems to be pointing at the mother, as if to say, "I see you." Although definitely strange, this occurrence is made creepier by the toy truck. For whatever reason, it was going off before this happened. As the mother writes, the reason this toy truck scares her isn't just because it's going off right now, but because it seems to be intelligent when it shouldn't be. Shannon, the mother in question, would sometimes ask the toy to light up or make a sound, and shortly thereafter, it would. This has led her to believe the toy's either cursed or haunted. The same is said about the toy arm. But as always, I'll let you come up with your own conclusions. Did Shannon capture evidence of a paranormal occurrence? Or might there be something to explain what happened?
I thought for sure they had swapped out that fake arm with a real arm whenever she moved the camera past it and zoomed in on that toy with all the flashing lights. But it's still not attached to anything when she pulls the camera back away from it. That one was creepy. I know one thing, I'd be shoving that thing down the garbage disposal immediately. I don't even know why someone would have a toy dismembered arm laying around for their kid to play with in the first place. That just seems like a very weird toy to buy for your little girl. But it does look like the little girl's playing with it though. I guess it's for painting fingernails or something. What do y'all think is the explanation on this one? It's either clever editing or a real haunting. But as far as how they would have pulled this off if it isn't real, I've got nothing.
The Constitution never gave government the authority to force private citizens into contracts with corporations. Mandated insurance is forced commerce. Article 1, Section 10 forbids states from impairing contracts. In plain terms, no one can be compelled to contract. The Supreme Court has repeatedly upheld the right to travel. In Kent versus Dulles, 1958, the court said travel is part of liberty, protected by due process. In Shapiro versus Thompson, 1969, the court declared it fundamental. Science versus Roe, 1999, reaffirmed it under the 14th Amendment. Here's the key. Driving is a statutory term tied to commerce. In Chicago, Motor Coach versus Chicago, 1929, the court ruled, the use of highways to travel is a fundamental right. It's not a privilege. Statutory licensing applies only to commercial drivers. In Thompson versus Smith, 1930, the Virginia Supreme Court confirmed the right of a citizen to travel upon the public highways and to transport his property is not a mere privilege, but a common right. That case directly separates citizen travel from commercial regulation. Insurance mandates, tags, and licenses are statutory constructs. When you register a car, you consent into the system. It's contract law. Silent contracts still bind when you sign for plates, tags, or insurance without reserving your rights. Consent is how they rope you in. Meanwhile, the very roads we use are already funded by fuel taxes, tolls, and general revenue. The government's claim that compulsory insurance protects the public collapses once you see that travel itself is a constitutional right, not a state-issued privilege. Rich elites use tax shelters, exemptions, and capital gains breaks to avoid paying for these roads. Instead, the burden is dumped onto the working and middle class, those forced into contracts for insurance, plates, and licenses that go far beyond true safety regulation. So when you hear you need insurance to drive, what it really means is enter into a private commercial contract with a corporation or lose your right to travel. That's not protection. It's quiet theft, dressed up as regulation, draining liberty from everyday citizens.
There ain't nothing misleading about the information in that clip, but if you try to push back against it, they've got you over a barrel with court costs, and then they'll just take your driver's license away from you and tell you that you're not allowed to drive at all anymore, when you shouldn't even be required to have a driver's license in the first place. This is just another example of how our constitutional rights are clearly not in effect anymore. I just don't understand how we've all allowed them to get away with all this crap. I don't even think they should have the right to force us to have homeowners insurance. If I want to protect my own investment, that's my business. And if the bank wants to protect the loan they've given you, which makes no sense because they're not actually giving you any money, that should be on them. They should be the ones footing the bill for that. This just goes to show, though, that with enough passage of time, everyone will fall in line and comply with anything, regardless of whether it's against our constitutional rights or not. So when they roll out this new digital ID and everyone starts complaining about it, those that refuse to get one will eventually just die off. And in a generation or two, it'll just be looked at as the way things are done.
The wildest alien encounter has been hidden by the Mexican government for over 50 years. It all happened to this 23-year-old Mexican student pilot named Rafael Perez, who was going out to fly a plane on his own for the first time in 1976. And I can't think of any other explanation to what happened to him next. He takes off at about 8:30 a.m. at an airport close to Mexico City on a training flight expected to take about an hour or so. But almost immediately after taking off, Rafael is surrounded by a thick fog that rolls in out of nowhere, and he can barely see what's directly ahead of him. He tries contacting air traffic control for help, but strangely doesn't hear back from anyone. Now he realizes something definitely isn't right, so he attempts to turn left to loop back around to the airport, but his plane isn't turning. It just keeps flying straight. And then randomly, his plane starts speeding up, rapidly climbing higher and higher into an enormous cloud patch above him, completely on its own. He's gaining altitude so fast that he ends up passing out. Next thing he knows, he's waking up in his cockpit, scrambling to his senses, realizing that he somehow hasn't crashed the plane. Rafael looks out the window and he's cruising along just fine, seeing nothing but the open ocean out ahead of him, the fog now completely gone. He checks the time and realizes something isn't right. It's 11:30 a.m., meaning he was out cold for well over 2 hours. The fact that his plane was still flying was already miraculous enough, but then he looks up his coordinates and finds out that's the least of his problems. He was way out above the ocean, further from the coastline than he's ever been. But what didn't make any sense was that the distance from the airport he took off from to where he was now was way further than what a plane could have physically traveled in that time span. An amateur first-time pilot who was passed out just set a world record flight time by accident. Not just that, but his fuel gauge was still almost full, and again, there's no way he could have traveled that far while barely burning his tank. Almost like he was either accelerated by an external force or maybe even teleported. He has no idea what's going on when finally a voice comes in over the radio asking if he's okay. Rafael responds explaining his situation, how he flew into a fog, lost control of his plane, then passed out and now has no idea how he got here. The guy on the other end of the radio is Carlos, air traffic control, who oddly asks Rafael if he's alone in his plane, to which he replies, yes, of course I am. Carlos then lets him know that he's actually off the coast of the Mexican city of Acapulco, which would have normally been a 3-hour flight, but he somehow got there in a little over an hour. And there was something very concerning he had to tell him in person. So Rafael lands the plane at the Acapulco airport, and immediately men in suits rush him as he's getting off the plane to take him to a hospital. They test him and verify he's completely sober. A psychologist even confirms he's clinically sane. Rafael has no idea what's going on, and so they finally reveal what really happened to him during his flight. Turns out that while he was out, Rafael actually had a full-on conversation with Carlos that he doesn't remember at all, and it was all recorded. And what Rafael said over the radio is a little disturbing. The pilot is speaking because he is ordered to. That is, it is his voice he speaks, but not of his own free will. We will use it as a microphone. Your equipment is too primitive. No matter who we are or where we come from, it is enough for you to know that we are beings of this universe where you belong. Our planet is many light years away, but we are physically equal. I repeat that all races in the universe are physically equal. You are not alone in the universe, and there are other races that are far away from you, and we are watching you. For the next hour, Rafael talks about humans being the only intelligent species in the universe that still partakes in warfare and violence among their own kind, going back and forth in discussion with Carlos on how humanity's on the trajectory of nuclear annihilation and may end up getting exterminated if they continue down this path. That we are an inferior civilization on the grand scale of the universe, universe, and there are even other species physically similar to us but mentally much more developed. It appears as though some extraterrestrial entity took control of Raphael and his plane and used his body as a vessel of communication to speak with other humans, initially speaking to them in Spanish. And this all really happened. You can even find a log and the actual original audio of the entire combo online. They even tested the alien, asking it questions in English and German, to which Raphael responded with perfect understanding and fluency in those languages. Yet he only ever spoke Spanish before this. No one had or still has any idea how Raphael ended up off the coast above the ocean, or what caused him to start saying the things that he was saying. A very detailed conversation that Raphael has zero recollection of, which some attribute to some form of temporary psychosis. But speaking in English and German, the oddly specific nature of the dialogue suggests otherwise, because another declassified report from Mexico that happened just a year before then might explain who or what this was. In 1975, another pilot, Carlos de los Santos, was flying above this area just a little north of Acapulco, the same region Raphael got possessed in just a year later. This time, the pilot is surrounded by two metallic craft hovering right above his wingtips, and a third directly under it. Again, there's a full audio record of this online as it's happening in real time, and you can hear the terror in the pilot's voice. The three craft take control of his airplane, which he described looking exactly how UFOs are reported to look like today. Smooth exterior, no visible propulsion system at all. Controlling his plane for a whole 18 minutes before zipping away. After they left, the pilot landed safely, only to be medically examined as totally sober and sane, and approached by the all too familiar men in black, who told him he didn't see anything. Who in an interview the pilot himself revealed, they said in Spanish, "If you appreciate your life, don't talk to anyone." Seems like the United States isn't the only country to get visited by aliens and UFOs. It's just the one with the loudest mouthpiece. These are official reports of alien possession and UFOs that the Mexican government quickly buried almost 50 years ago, as they had no explanation for them, only to regain attention recently on the internet. Which really makes you think, how many more reports are out there in different countries around the world that haven't been made public?
That may just be the wildest semi-abduction story I've ever heard. I don't really know what to think about this. It would be a pretty elaborate hoax to pull off. I tried to find the actual leaked audio that he was talking about, and the best I could find was a short YouTube video that claims to be the actual audio from this transmission of Rafael Perez. I don't think it's the whole thing because it's just a few minutes long, but it sounds like it could be the real deal based off the quality of the recording. I'm going to link it in today's video description just so y'all can check it out if you're interested. But I'm curious to know what y'all's theories are on this one. I still don't believe that we have aliens among us. If anything, I think this is just coming out now because they need it to fuel the narrative. And maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't believe anything they tell us. But guys and gals, I'm going to go ahead and end the video right there. I hope you enjoyed these clips we watched together today. I'll be back tomorrow with another video. I hope you come back to join me. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. And don't forget to leave your comments on the videos and your theories in the comments section down below. But guys and gals, I hope everyone has a great, safe, fantastic rest of your day, and I will see you all tomorrow.
See what it looks like when it comes around, you know. We'll see if it's any good or not. We'll see if it's any good or not. Right now, man, he went crazy. Hey, my boy right there.
Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. When the pigs try to get at you, park it like
he do look crazy.
Oh,
whoa.
I can be a powerful mage, an independent swordsman. What's the mages got? Wizard, sage, high wizard, battle, trial, play.
It's your boy
like a test.
I'm live on Twitch 24/7.
Dodging?
Non-stop
Surely this is killing
I know he's sweet though. He's too rough and itching and scratching.
Switch class. I'm gonna try mage. I feel like my damage numbers are so much bigger. This guy's not dying faster than he did on the other character. It's my ceremony.
Nah, he only got his
my big day. Oh my. They're all here for me. This is so nostalgic. It's so funny to see. This is nostalgic. Okay, that's crazy. Interesting. I have become Mage, Destroyer of Worlds.
Okay, this is a video people have been spamming for me to watch. Like, it's been crazy. You guys want me to watch this for such a long time. Now, I am not a Destiny player. I have never played Destiny. I've watched people play Destiny. I have a very basic understanding of Destiny, but that's it.
October 13th, we'll see the return of Test to the Tower. Silver is a new currency coming to Destiny that is bought with real money.
Ooh.
This is the introduction of microtransactions into Destiny, but I've never had a problem with cosmetic microtransactions.
Yeah, I don't never do it really.
Now mention the slippery slope.
Somebody else doing it.
Yes, Dado. We start with shaders, emblems, emotes, but who is to say that they won't introduce materials, armor, or weapons in the future? If we see legendary guns for sale, if we see legendary marks for sale, I'm gonna be mad.
My bad.
Good day to you, welcome to the channel. If this is your first time here, my name is Nexor and this is Nexor Reacts. Make sure you hit that subscribe button to join myself and the Awakened family, the best family on YouTube, and also hit that like button now to get that out of the way so it doesn't disrupt your viewing experience later on. So with all that out of the way, buckle up for the most unusual videos that I managed to find from the internet today. Let's go.
To be perfectly clear, this creature is not a mother. She just happened to have had a child, and she was so irresponsible with that child. She was so flippant that she literally left that child to die in the heat in her car while she went to work. And when she came back and realized that her child was dead, literally dead, instead of going immediately to the emergency room to see if that child had any chance to survive, she stopped in a fast food drive-thru on her way to the hospital. Her child was only 15 months old, and she left him for hours while she was working in a car that wasn't on, that didn't even have a working AC, with all the windows up, and it was over 95 degrees in Frisco, Texas that day. This infant was cooked alive. Now she's facing a murder charge, but she should be facing a wood chipper. There's no reason that she should be allowed to continue to breathe after what she did to her kid, and stopping to get some McDonald's on the way to the ER? How disgusting. This creature is no better than a... And if you like the hat or the shirt, there's a link in my bio.
Starting off on a pretty dark note today. I thought I'd catch you off guard, especially if you've come to expect us always kicking things off with the Hollywood train. Not today, folks. We're diving straight into the deep end with some breaking news clips from across the internet. No warm-up, no sugarcoating, just raw and filtered stories that I have lined up for you. Check these out.
And Pope Leo canonizes the first millennial saint, the Pontiff, making the proclamation during today's open-air mass attended by tens of thousands of people in St. Peter's Square. The Italian 15-year-old Carlo Acutis died of leukemia in 2006. Prior to his death, Acutis created a website documenting miracles while also spreading his faith and building his reputation as God's influencer around the world.
After being stranded in Antarctica for over 2 months, the 20-year-old pilot Ethan Guo is finally free. He was seen smiling as he got off a Navy ship which arrived in Chile from Antarctica on Saturday. And despite him and his lawyers doing everything they could to get him permission to fly out, ultimately DGAC officials made the decision that another pilot would be the one to fly his plane either to Chile or Argentina, since they say that Ethan's health wasn't great. Now technically, Ethan has just become the first person ever to fly to all 7 continents solo, but he says the mission is not complete until he finishes what he set out to do: raise $1 million for cancer research. And he says once he finally gets his plane back, he will finish what he started. He also said that his lawyers are currently studying a lawsuit against Chile, that he filmed the entire process, and he's even planning to release a video with all of the footage he got while arrested in Antarctica.
Folks are standing waiting to go see this tennis match. Correct. It started 45 minutes ago?
Yes, sir. I'm excited. I'm amped. I'll wait for it. I don't mind.
Are you frustrated you're not inside right now?
Yeah, I am. I am.
It's definitely frustrating. Everybody's kind of frustrated. They just want to know what's going on. They just want some direction.
Do you sense frustration among the crowd?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What are you hearing from people?
Ridiculous.
It was around 635 USD. I'm Canadian, so it's a little bit more for me in Canadian dollars. So yeah, close to $1,000. It's kind of like once in a lifetime opportunity for me. Yeah, it's been a little disappointing.
Where are you visiting from?
Toronto.
How long have you been in line?
More than an hour for sure. Probably longer.
Breaking news. Endico Potatoes Incorporated in New York State is conducting an emergency recall of frozen peas, carrots, and mixed vegetables. The reason? Listeria monocytogenes was detected in random samples taken in Pennsylvania. What is Listeria? Don't mistake this for a routine recall. The most terrifying aspect of this bacteria is its initial disguise. It mimics a mild flu, fatigue, fever, muscle aches. But when it truly strikes, it can cause loss of consciousness, seizures, stiff neck, and even fatal infections. Pregnant women, newborns, the elderly, and immunocompromised individuals are particularly vulnerable. For pregnant women, it could mean losing their child. For the elderly, it might be a sudden end. This recall spans 6 states. Experts warn this isn't just about vegetables, it's a wake-up call for all processed foods. Frozen items in your freezer could be lurking health time bombs on your dinner table, and the problem extends far beyond one factory. Check your refrigerator. Your family's safety is at stake.
Just a quick PSA for you all, and it seems like you guys are getting more and more of these food recalls out in the US lately. Seriously, what is going on out there? Are you guys doing okay? I've always said the food system is broken, but it seems like it's getting worse. No offense to anyone, but when you see recalls hitting everything from lettuce to frozen pizza to baby formula, it makes you wonder what's really happening.
It's over 9,000!
Show you the matrix, the simulation that we live in. So that is a cloud right there. However, this right here is not a cloud. That's coming from something to create the clouds. Pretty sure people see these every day and don't think anything of it because they think it's that. Look how different that is versus a machine creating a cloud.
You're trying to tell me that chemtrails are not a thing? And what the hell is this?
I think these streaky hate, I'm going to say it's not in a good way. I cast my mind back just 10 or 15 years ago and I don't remember anything like this. There were no blanket white skies trapping this awful sticky humidity. The sky was blue, it was bright, and most importantly, the sun was a warm orangey yellow, not this harsh LED bulb white. Can't be the only one who's noticed this, can I?
You go look at the Gregorian calendar and you start to realize, oh, I see, now it makes sense why they made that calendar. So you can't remember the Sabbath. Look at the commandments. You never forget the Sabbath. Now we're going by a calendar that makes it impossible to remember the Sabbath. You think that's by coincidence? It says, don't take my name in vain. What's that mean? Don't make my name meaningless. How much more meaningless can you make a name by just deciding not to use it anymore? That's trickery. And then you look at scripture that says, hey, he's going to deceive the whole world. It's quite possible he's a trickster, and he wants to make you believe you're following Jesus when you don't even know his name. Yeah, like, that's not even his name.
Who owns LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, Stephen Curry, Kevin Durant, Shai G, Nikola Jokic, and all these people? Who owns the NBA?
Their top sponsor is Nike, the same company that dropped Kyrie Irving and Grace Tame for pro-Palestinian posts.
Their commissioner is Adam Silver, who pushed the BLM message, Hong Kong message,
but then apologized for putting Palestine on the NBA's website.
Cleveland Cavaliers is owned by the largest mortgage lender, Dan Gilbert.
The biggest lobbying family in the States, and Mark Cuban Chabinsky owns the Mavericks.
Atlanta Hawks is owned by credit lender Eris Management, which is owned by Anthony Kessie.
Guess what everyone has in common?
And why Drake can play, but not me.
So all of Africa just got off of the internet? What? Yeah. Is that true? If you're in Africa, you can see this comment below. If you still have internet and you can see this, how do we get on the African internet? How do we connect to it? Do we gotta go to Africa? What is it called? Do I need to buy a phone? How does that work? Let me know. You know, because it's like now you got me thinking about I might need to be planning a trip, at least, you know, go get some citizenship in Africa. Because, man, the internet is definitely censored. It's hidden. Everybody's hidden now. I don't see any of y'all anywhere. So, you know, where my African followers that I really do need to know about this.
So let's talk about so-called federal agents being sent into cities. They're rolling up in masks, refusing to show documentation or ID, and throwing people into unmarked vehicles. And I can't stop thinking, what separates that from straight-up kidnapping? Because imagine this, some random piece of garbage decides to grab someone off the street, a bystander tries to step in, and all the kidnapper has to say is, oh, don't worry, we're conducting ICE raids, federal business, move along. Who's going to question it in that moment? They've created the perfect cover, legal or otherwise. And the wild part is, the government is normalizing it. They're teaching us to accept men in camouflage with no badges, no names, and no accountability, just as another branch of law enforcement. I know y'all people have read Orwell. I know you've seen V for Vendetta. Cinema has showed us this, and literature has showed us this. But if there's no way to verify who they are, how is anyone supposed to know if it's an agent or someone taking advantage of the chaos? And I thought y'all said y'all couldn't breathe in a mask at the grocery store, but somehow you can sprint through the streets tackling people and it's just fine. I just think this is a slippery slope. You can call it security all you want, but if you strip away documentation and accountability, well, but I guess you know states' rights. Oh, wait.
Iron Goddess says, hey you with the face smile, cause you look so dang cute when you do. At Lumia Stream says, Iron Goddess is kicking it in the vibe zone. The support is a blessing.
The flag controversy isn't just happening in the States. Here in the UK, we've got our own flag problems going on right now. Though granted, they're for very, very different reasons, and the reasons behind what's happening here, honestly, I can't even talk about it. It's that bad. Let's just say things have reached a level of absurdity and outright division that's hard to put into words without sounding like I'm diving headfirst into a political and criminal minefield. I'll just leave it at that. But speaking of flags, how about we just get the politics out of the way and cover our next segment whilst we're at it, right? We have today's government mishaps, conspiracies, and politics news that somehow affects us all, no matter where we are in the world, coming up next. But first, thank you so much to the 40% of you watching right now, which have hit that subscribe button. Welcome to YouTube on Easy Mode. Now with that out of the way, let's crack on with this video.
I've never been as worried as I am now about whether or not my kids and grandkids will be able to carry on.
He said, I voted. Mr. Trump, I need to see the fruit of your love. 5 of my customers have committed.
That's how serious that this is.
And what it costs for us to farm is astronomical now.
I farm with paid for equipment. All my tractors are 50 years old. And I can't hardly make this deal work. I think the tariffs are the ice cream on the cake of a perfect storm.
After a horrible year last year where most farmers in Arkansas Delta lost money, this year's going to be worse.
We made a decision to go out this year, this spring. So my son will not be the 7th generation on our farm.
We're going to lose lose 25 or 30% of the farmers in this country if they don't do something. It has to be done, and it's not just here. It's everywhere.
Postal traffic to the United States has dropped more than 80% after the de minimis exemption has ended. This happened about a week ago, where Donald Trump made it so that the exemption that we've had for a very long time that's allowed us to buy things that were less than $800 without getting tariffs charged, because that has been taken away by Donald Trump due to his trade war. 80% drop in packages to the United States, according to the UN agency. That's after 88 countries have suspended service to the United States. This is not the sign of a country that's doing well. This happened on July 30, where he signed an executive order that suspended de minimis rule for all U.S. imports, and it is something he says was a loophole, but in reality it was something good for us.
To the president as he was leaving the White House to attend the U.S. Open, and I asked him in specific why he was targeting Democratic strongholds like Chicago, like Boston, and all of this coming also as DHS has confirmed to us that ICE operations are now underway in Boston. And take a listen to what the president told me here.
Why? Let me ask you. Yeah. Really higher than Chicago? You're not. Excuse me. Do you know how many people were killed in Chicago last weekend? 8. Do you know how many people were killed in Chicago the week before? 7. Do you know how many people were wounded? 74 people were wounded. You think there's worse than that? I don't think so.
But despite what the president said, FBI data shows that, in fact, Memphis and St. Louis do have significantly higher murder rates than both Chicago and Boston. The president is also defending his plans for Chicago and other cities, saying that they're cleaning up these American cities.
The House Oversight Committee on Tuesday released a trove of files involving Jeffrey Epstein's trafficking investigations. While the batch includes more than 13 hours of footage outside of Epstein's New York jail cell, search footage from his Palm Beach mansion, and hundreds of court filings, most of the materials were already made public.
Definitely. I think there's a whole big cover-up. Today, I'd like to see them release all the Epstein files, not just re-release what they've already released.
I don't give a crap who's on that list, Democrat, Republican, whoever. Those people need to be held accountable and they need to be convicted.
The so-called Epstein client list first drew public attention back in February, when U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi claimed the list was sitting on her desk for review. But in July, the Justice Department drew public outcry as it concluded there was, quote, no incriminating client list for Epstein. Since then, dozens of reports have emerged claiming Pam Bondi briefed President Trump in May that his name appeared multiple times in the files, and the DOJ decided not to release any additional documents because materials contain child pornography and the information of victims.
Donald Trump has escalated towards declaring war against an American city. This is an image from Donald Trump on his Truth Social, where he says that Chicago is about to find out why it's called the Department of War, and says Chicopolis Now, which is a reference to the film Apocalypse Now about a war. And he says, I love the smell of deportations in the morning, which is a riff on the saying from Apocalypse Now, I love the smell of napalm in the morning, a famous saying. This is truly terrifying for the country to have the president talking about the Department of War in reference to American cities. He's calling it that against cities in the U.S., not against other countries. I mean, he's focusing on Chicago right now. This is going to get bad.
Let me get this straight. We have criminals in Chicago here on TikTok saying that if the federal government and Trump sends anybody in it, they're going to fight back. You know what that means, right? Especially when you have the governor and the mayor vowing to help them. I don't know. In my opinion, does it seem like Chicago is run by the criminals and the government protects them? They're not advocating for the voting American citizen, but only advocating for the foreign illegal citizen. What's going on there? What do you kind of... Where in bizarro world are we where the criminals can openly come on TikTok, say that if Trump comes in there, this ain't Los Angeles, we're going to up, having the mayor and that say parking trucks get ready for a barricade, almost like they're starting an insurrection. But of course, they're Democrats. They don't do that. So apparently, as early as tomorrow morning, on Monday, Trump's going to show them what it's like to obey the federal government and advocate for foreign illegals and criminals in your state and in your city. Governor Pritzker, Mayor Brandon Buckhead, yeah, it's not going to end well for you.
Do not be fooled by the mainstream media. People all around the world are taking their power back. We are coming together. We are rising up. We are standing against all the tyranny that has been happening underneath our noses our whole entire lives. The people are the power. They do not want us to know this. That's why they divide us. United we stand. Divided we fall. We need to stand up. Keep on rising up against these tyrannical governments, and we will take our power back. Peace and love.
I love how much faith this guy has that these protests will actually amount to something. But you only have to take one look at history to know how this ends, and it's rarely the outcome people want or even expect. Look at the protests in 2021 and 2022, the farmers' uprisings, the rise against the cost of living, the marches against war, the demonstrations targeting governments, protests everywhere. And where has it got us? More policies, more laws, more restrictions, more of the same, just wrapped in different packaging. I'm sorry to sound so cynical, but history has already laid it all out for us. They let us shout just long enough to let off the steam, then they double down every single time. But how about we touch on something a little bit lighter now, but somehow equally as political and maybe even a little controversial to some people? We have the latest UAP clip sightings and breaking news to cover up next. Take a look.
If you don't know the story about the face on Mars, Cydonia was one of the original landing places, and they changed it at the last minute. First images, it does look like a face, and then suddenly the images got blurrier, and it was just kind of a plateau. Pareidolia, it wasn't really a face.
What's crazy is that the face is right down the street from the square.
Yes.
The square, to me, is way more compelling than the face.
It looks geometrical, right angles.
It looks like a structure made out of right angles. I showed it to Elon Musk. I'm like, oh, very interesting. We should probably go up there and look around.
We should.
Look at the moon, just covered with craters. We're looking at potentially billions of years of impacts.
Yes, the assumption that those impacts ceased hundreds of millions or billions of years ago is clearly not correct.
Well, there's no evidence that it ceased or why it would cease. And when we look at how many known near-Earth objects are floating around.
Well, in the last few years, there's been dozens of close flybys.
Well, there was one the other day that had a moon.
Yes.
Something that flew by that had its own moon.
Yeah, that's wild. Think about this, Joe. Here's what's happened. We've got geologists who are looking at the crust of the Earth and discovering that, if we strip away the biosphere and the oceans and account for plate tectonics, the Earth is going to look like the moon.
Salut à tous, c'est le Nintendo Direct à 15h pour 50 €. Bienvenue, j'espère que vous allez bien.
We've had a lot of UFO sightings lately, but are these extraterrestrial craft or are they something else? I've got a few images. Let me show them to you, and then we can make a decision what they could be along the way. This one I saw the other day, and there's a video of this thing flying. Now, I cannot tell what it is. Could it be a drone? I guess, but I don't see any propulsion system. But even if it's not a drone, that doesn't necessarily mean it's extraterrestrial. This is a still frame from a video from over a month ago of what's called the jellyfish UFO. Now, if I just saw this image, I'd have said it's AI. Except, like I said, it did come from a video.
Au lieu de bouffer du skier tous les jours, de temps en temps tu prends un yaourt vanille.
Everyone was asking for a video. Okay, so they put out a video. Someone has a video. This guy was fishing near Langley Air Force Base, and he got a video of the quote-unquote mothership, which TikTok is getting angry with me. So this is for entertainment purposes only. But I want you to check out this video because it is freaking awesome. It's freaking awesome. And he goes on, he's sitting in his boat. You can hear him sitting in his boat. And it looks interesting. Let's just watch the video.
This was taken in Virginia, specifically right next to Langley Air Force Base. Now, why is that important? Because apparently, recently, there have been swarms of drones or UFOs flying around and over this Air Force Base, protected airspace, right? And that we don't know how to stop it. We don't know what it is. And this is a perfect example.
Ah bah je suis joueur, mais bon, le Z-Event c'est pas tous les jours quoi. Bon, déjà Metroid Prime 4. La date. Je pense que c'est fin septembre ou début octobre. Bon, vas-y, allez. Metroid Prime 4, moi je pense que évidemment on va avoir Animal Crossing.
I love how the Glowies think they know more than pilots, because pretty much all pilots know that the Earth is flat. They all know. Like when you're flying at Mach speed over the ocean and you're never correcting for curvature, just like this, because you're flying over a flat plane, or when the Earth is supposedly spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, and this is what a nice calm day looks like, and then when wind is blowing at 100 miles per hour, that's what it looks like. Makes so much logical sense, hey? And when we see the sun passing through the clouds, just like, you know, all of our ancestors told us, they're still like, no, it's a globe, that's a mirage, that doesn't, no way, no way. NPCs are hilarious. You guys are completely indoctrinated, don't know how to use your own eyes, and very simple critical thinking. NPCs are soulless vessels, and those are the ones who believe in peace and love.
I hate to be that guy, and just to be clear, I'm not for or against the flat Earth argument. Personally, I don't care what shape our world is. There are bigger problems and far more pressing hidden truths out there to focus on, but to each their own. That said, let me play devil's advocate here for a minute. Even though the Earth is a sphere, pilots and anyone on a commercial flight don't actually see the curvature, and there's a scientific reason for that. The Earth's radius is about 4,000 miles, but a typical flight only cruises around 7 miles. That's less than 0.2% of the planet's radius. At that height, the horizon only drops by a few inches per mile, way too subtle for the human eye to detect. On top of that, atmospheric refraction bends light slightly downward, making the horizon appear even flatter, and our brains are wired to interpret wide open horizons and straight lines anyway. So if you really want to see the curve, you're going to go way, way higher, like, I don't know, spacecraft height, past the Kármán line, where the horizon bends pretty clearly against the blackness of space. But until then, the debate's going to keep rolling, just like the Earth. Probably sorry flat earthers, but this one is at least scientifically debunkable, if you can believe the science, that is. But anyway, flat earth and UAPs aside for now, how about we check out some of the internet's more unexplainable clips?
No, we play the
paranormal and supernatural fashion. Check these out.
Duskblood. Des news Duskblood. C'est éditeur tiers. Un jeu de sport. On a fait la moitié. On est vraiment dedans. Un jeu beau. Un triple A. Joli. Arrive sur Switch en moche. Genre type Cyberpunk ou je sais pas, clair-obscur ou tu vois. Genre Elden Ring quoi. Decapolis, envie d'y croire. Même si c'est l'année prochaine, je crois, Decapolis, ils avaient dit, non? Mais en vrai, Moi, au milieu de 40 ans de Mario, je mets film pour interrogation parce qu'apparemment ça a l'air d'être ça la rumeur. Le deuxième film Mario, ce serait genre Mario Galaxy.
This is a surveillance video from an antique store in the middle of the night. I circled it for you. See what's in the circle? There's something in the circle, and that ain't a person, baby cakes. Remember, antique store meaning old stuff, middle of the night meaning no one's supposed to be there. But somehow, this is there, up in the circle, in case you didn't get where I was pointing. Look at that. That's definitely an apparition, because it's something there, but you can kind of see through it. And it ain't a person. Now look, I've said many times in the past that I believe in the afterlife. And I believe sometimes things from the afterlife do try to contact us. Now, I don't know if that's what this thing is doing, or if maybe it's a ghost looking for its stuff in an antique store, but it's definitely there, and it's definitely caught on camera. Let me know what you think about that whole situation, Booskies, in the comment section.
C'était joli. Moi, je suis désolé, mais je trouve que les artworks sont magnifiques.
Chronicled her family's strange experiences living in a nearly 300-year-old rural farmhouse. The 3-volume memoir, House of Darkness, House of Light, is a tale many find hard to believe. But the events went on to inspire the blockbuster horror film, The Conjuring. This is the Perron family's actual story. Suburban Rhode Island. Many of the families in this small, historic state on the East Coast have lived here for generations. But in the rural town of Burrillville, one old farmhouse has
watch out.
Roger and Carolyn Perron think the old Arnold house is the perfect place to raise their 5 daughters. Far away from crowded cities and suburbs.
Dispo de suite après la conf.
The young girls are excited to move into their new home. They anxiously grab boxes and carry them inside.
Lumia Stream says, Gladio Kick is kicking it in the vibe zone. The support is a blessing.
That's when 9-year-old Nancy thinks she notices something very strange.
One of the scariest things to me is hauntings involving children, and this Redditor shared a picture with a short story attached with what has to be one of the clearest images of a ghost that I've ever seen. They explain that their father is a detective and is really close with one of his co-workers. Well, the father's co-worker had gone on vacation with his wife and young daughter, and while they were away, they kept receiving notifications from the baby monitor. The baby monitor kept going off, saying that motion was being detected inside of the nursery. I guess the family had been experiencing some slightly strange things in the home, but nothing that necessarily screams a full-blown haunting. Things like small items going missing and then being found in an area that they had already looked, or noises around the house in the middle of the night. But while away on their vacation, after continuing to get these notifications, knowing that nobody is supposed to be in the house, they decided to open the app and check. Now, this baby monitor is one of those that snaps pictures every time motion is detected, so he goes back and checks one of the pictures that was taken at 9:12 p.m. And this is what he sees. A very clear image of what looks like a little girl crouching down to the ground. Mind you, this family is not home and nobody else is supposed to be in the house. So the guy immediately calls Opie's father and asks him to do a walk through the house and clear each room, especially the nursery. And Opie's father does, but he doesn't find anything. The house was completely empty, just like it was supposed to be, and there was no sign that anyone had gotten in. And unlike in a horror movie, the coworker wasted no time and spent the rest of his vacation with his wife looking for new homes to move into, and very quickly moved the following week after returning home.
En 60 FPS sur Switch 2, mais bon, il y a déjà MH Stories, ça m'étonnerait qu'en plus MH Quags n'a même pas eu son DLC.
Precious moments. On a day like any other, Nadine and her daughter Blake decide to relax and watch some TV. But this time, something's off. Already feeling a little creeped out, Blake tells her mom that something's wrong, as there seems to be a lingering sense of fear that she just can't shake. As the show progresses, things take a terrifying turn. Okay. Take a look.
Switch 2 pour les pauvres, trop tôt.
You okay?
Puis elle sera à quoi, 100 € moins cher. Ça fait quand même 400 balles.
Do you want me to go open the door?
Alyssa Torny, Wario 100%. Vous pensez que c'est Wario là? Ah, WarioWare. Oh putain, WarioWare. WarioWare, je suce tout le monde. WarioWare.
Okay, I'm honestly freaked out and I don't know what to do. Just a couple minutes ago, I got up and I closed my door because she kept pointing to my room saying, Mommy, Mommy, someone's over there.
T'imagines Wario and Waluigi?
She was terrified. She was terrified. Of course, freaking me out. So I went over there and she just said, no, Mommy, come here, Mommy, sit, Mommy, don't go over there.
Wario Brosware.
So I called the dog and I closed my door and as you can see, dude, she's still terrified. She's still terrified. She doesn't want to go over there. She doesn't want to open the door.
Fait Wario Bros, les deux frères, en mode WarioWare quoi. WarioWare Bros, je sais pas, mais je vous donne des idées, c'est tellement gratuit en fait. Vous payez des gens à se triturer les méninges pendant des années dans des bureaux enfermés au Japon, alors qu'il suffit qu'un mec random en France ait des zinzins pour 0 €.
She was woken up by a ring notification, and what happened next is chilling. At exactly 4:16 a.m., a random woman appeared at her doorstep, acting strange. She peered through the glass door, then did something truly bizarre. And Della posted the footage to TikTok, where it quickly went viral with over 24 million views.
Le film Zelda.
Watch what happened.
Ah, c'est vrai qu'il y aura peut-être le film Zelda. Des infos du live action Zelda. En
But the
vrai,
next clip, even more
live
terrifying.
action Zelda mentionned. Allez, c'est bon, on a ce qu'il faut. Je remballe, je plie les là.
Hey,
je plie les là. Generate.
Hi. What can I do for you? Joe.
C'est l'anniversaire de Mario. Il a 40 ans ce boug. Ce salopard. Le salopard, Mario, le salopard.
Ok.
Je récupère la bingo card sur mon PC. Sur le PC, c'est les problèmes.
What the hell?
Alors, capture d'écran.
Did anyone else pick up on that? Because it seems like the video just skimmed over that detail. What the hell did I just watch? Speaking of dropping gut, sorry I couldn't help myself there, but speaking of loose bowels, maybe that's better. We have the latest medical science and technological conspiracies and clips to cover. Let's just get on into it before I collapse.
There are two ways to deal with high pressure inside of the head. One is drill a hole, a burr hole, or take off the whole bones called a craniotomy. So we're inside your leg artery. All this yellow stuff is bacon that you've been eating over the years, atherosclerotic plaque. Now when there's too much of it, it will occlude blood flow from going to your leg. When there's no blood flow, there's no life. Kind of like a heart attack in your heart. This is a heart attack of the leg. That happens, we have to go in with a catheter like this and just drill it out. After that, the blood flow is restored.
C'est bon, c'est nickel.
And believe it or not, my dog found it and was sniffing at it on my arm. Really? And like started like scratching at it and it stopped bleeding. I'll show you the scar.
What kind of dog is it?
He was 15 years ago. He was a Pomeranian, but you can see the scar there.
Oh, that's crazy.
And it wouldn't stop bleeding, and so I went in and had a look at it, and he said another week and it would have metastasized. Yeah, so yeah, he has a great dog. He was great.
In Alzheimer's disease, the key issue occurs in the microtubules, which are structures within neurons that transport nutrients and maintain the cell's shape. These microtubules also serve as tracks for vesicles, which carry essential molecules like proteins and neurotransmitters to different parts of the neuron. The microtubules are stabilized by a protein called tau. In Alzheimer's, tau becomes defective, accumulates, and forms tangles inside neurons, known as neurofibrillary tangles.
Putain, et après on va jouer à Borderlands 4, j'ai trop hâte.
This disrupts cellular transport and damages the neurons. Additionally, beta amyloid plaques form outside the cells, contributing to inflammation and neuronal death.
Comme ça, au moins je fais le test et j'ai une vidéo YouTube. Et à partir de demain, on repart sur Clair Obscur.
Over time, this progressive damage spreads throughout the brain, leading to memory loss, cognitive decline, and severe impairments in daily function.
There's different kinds of arthritis.
Nintendo Direct, je vais sur Nintendo France. Putain, un vrai Nintendo Direct, ça fait longtemps. C'était quand le dernier là? C'était il y a longtemps là. D'ailleurs, aujourd'hui, il y aura un sub gift égale un badge Borderlands 4 à vie. Attendez, c'est pas tout de suite, on n'est pas dans la catégorie. Un badge Borderlands. À vie. Ce sera plus tard ça. Mars le dernier, le vrai dernier. peut-être celui de la Switch 2 en avril. Ouais, vous avez peut-être raison. C'est peut-être celui-là le vrai dernier. Peut-être par extinction. Ouais, non, mais Sixon mentionnait, je pense. Oui, ils peuvent rajouter des si Zouzou pour les 27 mois et Daplo pour les 47. Oh, par contre, attends. Ça s'est pas mis à jour. Ah, parce que j'ai pas reçu le garde.
Apparently, men don't pee when they laugh really hard. So whenever we say we're gonna pee from laughter, they just think we're crazy. We don't pee from laughter. We could poo from laughter. That's possible. When you laugh, your abdominal muscles contract really hard. That increases the pressure on the bladder. So say hello to lemonade. Why doesn't this happen in men? Well, we have a prostate that supports that sphincter, and also most of us don't go through childbirth, which is tough on the body and can weaken the pelvic floor.
Wait, what? He said men don't pee from laughing too hard? Well, I can absolutely protest that statement because I'm not even ashamed to admit it. Granted, it was in my younger years, you know. I was probably only 7 years old, maybe. But I've absolutely peed from laughing way too hard, and I hope some other guys in the comments can actually back me up on this, otherwise that's going to be rather embarrassing. But in all honesty, right, let's get serious for a second. Who out here is taking accidental dumps from laughing?
Il suffit de s'abonner.
Because that's a little concerning, I'm not going to lie. No judgment if you have. I'm going to try and keep a straight face. I appreciate everyone's biology is different, but damn, that's rough. Laughter is supposed to be therapy, not a gastrointestinal emergency. Gee whiz. A huge thank you to all of my amazing channel members. Without your help, this channel would cease to exist. Also, a massive thank you to my Patreon supporters too. You guys are absolutely awesome. Honestly, all of you are awesome. Your support means everything to me. It keeps this channel alive. If you two are interested in showing that kind of support, you can find the links on the platform in the description below. Cheers.
You know that the Bible says that every day we walk the thin line between life and death.
What does that really mean? The Bible says that
each day you have to choose whether you're going to live life according to the Spirit or according to your flesh and your way of doing things, which the Bible says leads to death. This picture also resembles the ultimate choices that we make every single day. Every day we wake up and make decisions, and that is exactly what this represents. If you're going to choose to live in the Spirit and not in the flesh, I want you to comment, I love the Spirit, and follow and subscribe to this page right now.
You've been lied to. Dragons are not fantasy. They are real, and they are waking up. First, dragons are eternal beings born from source, keepers of elemental fire, water, crystal, and solar plasma.
Non, je dirais pas 5 ans, mais genre en vrai, c'est vrai que j'ai du mal à voir Smash là tout de suite. Sachant que Sakura, il bosse sur Kirby, je serais pas étonné que l'année prochaine, il nous en parle, mais là, cette année, je pense pas. À pas confondre avec le P2, le P2, c'est le plus ballon.
Third, the true dragons are returning now. They are rising from inner earth and etheric temples to reconnect with those who carry the amethyst, emerald, and crystal lineages.
Ah, j'ai vu qu'il y a un spectacle de Michel Muller sur YouTube là qui date de 2001 qui s'appelle Pas tout noir, pas tout blanc.
If you feel the call, speak the tone. Eshka rather Draconar and say, reveal to me the flame dragon of my lineage. They do not serve ego, they serve source. Return to reverence, return to the flame. The dragons are waiting.
Il y aura une annonce MH, je sais pas pourquoi.
Calling your dragon, let's go.
Ah bah MH, il y a 3 possibilités. Soit il repart de Mass Stories 3 qui sont déjà annoncés, soit il part d'une arrivée de MH1 sur Switch 2, à ce moment-là ça rentre dans la case un triple A joli arrive sur Switch en moche. Bon après ça changera pas le petit. Ou alors troisième possibilité, avoir une suite de Rise of je pense c'est un
order between them and the causal. They see this strange world through instruments and equations. No form of gnosis is considered. They are studying a copy of a copy because that is what can be measured. Meanwhile, scoffing at direct experience through the shamanic technologies, how do you explain to someone like Neil that Johnny Carson is not actually in the television when he is fully aware of how a TV works down to its most intricate details? Sometimes the intricate parts have us missing the point of a much bigger picture.
For more on this, see the full episode available below.
Et là, Clair Obscur sur Switch, ça rentre dans la catégorie en bas à gauche, un triple A joli arrive sur Switch en moche. Ça marche. Un petit prime pour les 49 mois. Thé ou café? Thé, moi j'aime pas trop le café. En fait, j'aime bien le café, ça peut aller genre avec du sucre et tout, mais le problème c'est que ça m'excite beaucoup plus que le thé et pas tant qu'il y a. The landmass fits perfectly.
There's not just one map. There's a few. And they all show Africa in the same way. They always tell you the truth.
Nouveau Mario Bros.
You've just got to be able to
dernier Mario Bros en date, il est sorti il y a pas si longtemps que ça, c'est Wonder.
There was hinting that giants
cette version est Switch 2 de Wonder avec des niveaux en plus, le truc insoutenable à 70 €.
What about Titans? I've always wondered why they always seem to show Africa as the main landmass. They're rubbing it in our faces.
Mais range ta Nintendo là.
The truth is always hidden in plain sight.
Non merde. Est-ce que la barre peut disparaître?
You're scrolling your feed, half distracted. When a headline catches your eye, time is running out. But whose time? Yours, mine, or reality?
Les amiibo. J'ai oublié les amiibo, je les ai pas mis cette fois. J'ai pas non plus mis les précommandes. À chaque fois c'est gratos, mais je l'ai pas mis.
Password? Governments with their classified archives, scientists smashing particles under Swiss mountains, or maybe it's not people at all. Maybe it's algorithms quietly deciding what you remember, what you forget, and what never existed in the first
et les autres, on va remettre qui était là pendant le Nintendo Direct. Après, on va se mettre une petite session où je mettrai la catégorie fiction. Parce qu'en effet, il y a peu de chances qu'on y joue avant le 15.
Calendars, archives, databases, and servers.
On se fait des petites sessions, on met la catégorie.
Controls reality's version history. And if that's true, then maybe we're not living in a timeline at all. Maybe we're living in a war over timeline. One fought not with bombs, but with edits. So, tonight, we're going to pull the thread, because if the fabric of reality can be rolled back or rewritten, then the only real question is who's doing it and why.
Eugénix fin 2025 sur Switch 2.
So, we're starting off with the whole reality is a program idea, which, if you're like me, immediately makes you want to check if your life has patch notes, like fixed bugs where stock Spanish in the dryer, added feature, Wi-Fi, anxiety.
8 7.
You ever notice how everything that God made is round and everything that man made is square? If you look around you, the sun, the moon,
Eugénique, je suis bien hype aussi, mais j'ai peur que ce soit pas ouf en stream, mais le jeu a l'air vraiment cool par contre.
It's all round.
J'ai regardé le live de Macmillan la semaine dernière aussi.
Life moves in circles.
Avant le Z-Event.
Cycles, rhythms.
Il y a tellement de contenu sur Eugénique.
Flows back again.
Le Nintendo Peggy 18, c'est le retour des Pikmin, moi je te le dis. C'est le retour du Donkey Kong rap. Putain, les émotions, on n'a pas eu de vrai Nintendo Direct depuis avril. Mamma mia, depuis 4 mois. Mario Bros, wow, c'est stylé d'avoir les cahiers comme ça. Bon, je coche les 40 ans de Mario, hein, parce que c'est direct en vrai. Si seulement je pouvais avoir ma souris. Les 40 ans de Mario, est-ce qu'on va avoir le film ou autre chose? Putain, les sketchs sont incroyables. Bah, les cahiers de design, c'est trop stylé en vrai. Les 40 ans de Super Mario Bros. Oh non! Oh, il est venu nous voir, putain! C'est marrant, il fait des aujourd'hui avec les 40 ans d'anniversaire de Mario Bros. Au Japon! Ah non, demain, le 13 septembre, marquera les 40 ans du lancement de Mario Bros au Japon.
Everything does curve.
C'est grâce à vous toutes et tous que cela est
even
possible.
things appear straight, like a tree trunk.
Merci.
The horizon have subtle curves and imperfections.
Les jeux Mario ont été portés par les évolutions technologiques au fil des consoles de jeu. De plus, Mario a connu différents designs au fil des illustrations.
It was pretty fascinating. He talked about how
Nintendo Museum, ouvert l'an dernier à Kyoto, nous avons créé une galerie qui réunit des illustrations. Ah, c'est stylé ça. On n'a pas ça chez nous. Reçu au cours du développement des différents jeux. Le Mario World, illustration du pixel art lié à la série Mario. Les cahiers de design, c'est incroyable. De plus, dès maintenant, le billet d'entrée aura l'apparence que vous voyez à l'écran. Et à compter de décembre, nous installerons une exposition lumineuse thématique. On va faire du 2 minutes là. L'entrée au musée nécessite encore une réservation. Nous espérons que vous aurez l'occasion de le visiter. Après le Japon et Hollywood, nous avons également inauguré en mai cette année un parc, c'est ça, le 3e parc. Il y en a 3 maintenant. Oh, ils vont annoncer un parc à Paris là. Ça y est, pour faire concurrence à Disneyland. Le parc Nintendo Park.
So that means
la prochaine information concerne Kyoto. Ouais, vous aimez bien, vous paluchez, quoi, au Japon.
Even when I explain the certain things,
nous soutiendrons le marathon de Kyoto qui aura lieu en février prochain. Depuis sa création il y a 40 ans, la série Super Mario poursuit sa course à la
use of your mind and you are the universe exists in the mind of
God. Il faut faire le marathon.
And since ye is it not written in your law that ye are
personne sera là pour encourager les athlètes.
Then that also means in actuality the universe exists in the mind of man.
C'est bien en termes de pub.
The universe.
Nous tiendrons l'événement d'autre façon également.
I ain't even gonna lie, bro. You really are a funny ass.
Le marathon à Kyoto, il doit faire lourd, non?
Because the second someone tries a mistake, your respect,
printemps prochain, voilà ce qui arrive. Le film.
Your admiration for some kind of weakness and make it seem like they're better than you and exist within their ego.
En vrai, parce que le premier film est vraiment cool. Je regrette de pas l'avoir vu au cinéma, du coup. Et c'est là il part dans l'espace avec Rosalina,
just to go 1,000 times harder to show that it was always love and it was never weakness. And you take that shine back that you gave them because they didn't respect what you were given and know that they were getting love from an actual chosen soul. And this that the average person could never understand because they not in tune with energy. But the thing is, you have countless amounts of experiences
dans l'espace.
This because people love trying to take your admiration and respect for some kind of weakness like you really not one of them ones. And you hate to have to do it because it brings you back into your egoic energies. But you already know if you don't, they gonna continue to think that they can step on you when that never been the case. That's why you always stay to the neck because you understand the energetic battles that people have in their own friendships and acquaintances. That's why you keep this. Because you know the games that's happening behind closed doors.
L'événement principal des 40 ans, je vous avais dit que généralement l'anniversaire des licences, ça s'accompagne pas trop de millions
why people act the way they do, including you. Not a metaphor, not mysticism, just a clean, precise model of behavior and the pain behind it. So we searched for patterns and found a mirror in all of these patterns. And it's not in a book. It's not a belief system. This is in the raw math of what people hide and why. So inside of the NCI system, we call this the Orion Principle. And it's a formula for understanding this aspect of human behavior. And here is what the formula looks like right here. So let's walk through each one of these. P is projected identity. The I is the internalized ideal. The S is the suppressed self. And the M is the masked behavior. So the greater distance between who we think we should be, which is I, and who we're afraid we are, which is S, the more extreme the mask becomes and the louder the projection, which is P. The projection becomes super loud. So we're all just kind of running this equation. We're trying to close the gap. We're trying to feel whole. And the Orion Principle is a mirror. It's a map, and in my opinion, it's a mercy all at one time. Because it reminds us that everybody that you meet is hiding something. It reminds us that judgment is always misdirected fear. And I think most of all, it reminds us that behind every performance is someone's plea to be seen and loved as we are.
The root of all suffering is literally in our thoughts. Sure, we can go through really bad experiences and actually suffer, but the thing is, it's usually the mental part that makes it worse. The rumination, all of the emotions that come up, basically fighting that. And it's directly into an ancient Toltec wisdom of the 4 agreements, and the first agreement is be impeccable with your word. Basically, this means that your word, your thoughts, your actions have the ability to either perpetuate heaven on earth or hell on earth. It's like the glass half full or glass half empty. It's both at the same time. It's just a matter of your perspective. We have a tendency to see things a certain way because of our biases, our beliefs, our thought patterns. But the thing is, we're not stuck with them. We can actually reprogram them because neuroplasticity exists, which is just creating new neural pathways in the brain, creating new habits, thinking new things. The more you do this, the easier it'll become because of your reticular activating system. The reticular activating system is basically the filter of your brain, which tells you what's important. So if you start to focus on the positives, your brain will start to focus on the positives too. It's basically a process of identifying what you want to change, identifying any triggers that come with this, tracing it back to the root where it started, processing all the emotions that come out with it, and then Timothy Randy says, you're worth it and you're awesome. In a formula with a step-by-step process process in my new book, Reprogramming Your Mind. It's basically a shadow work guide of how to do it. I'm really excited about this, and I hope it helps somebody the way that it helped me. You can check it out in my link. I have it available on Amazon. Like and follow for more, and let me know if you guys have any questions.
I don't think you understand how bad they want you to go back to that old energy. Because back then, you was overthinking all this, not trusting yourself. But now that you trust yourself and not overthinking, they can't take the energy that you wasn't trusting. Now you understand your own frequency, and they can't run off the frequency that you sitting there doubting. Understand, these people see you very clearly, and if you keep overthinking, they're gonna keep running off with your sauce, taking your ideas, really running off with your creative energy, and it's on you to take control to really gain back sovereignty over your soul. I need you to understand, this is not coincidence, and it is done meticulously, because these motherfuckers saw the light within you before you were awakened to this. That's why you notice when you got your together, they were nowhere to be found. But when you was all over the place, they was right there. Because they was right there with secret intentions, running off with the ideas you was talking about, with the plans you was trying to make. And that's why all this out. But once you tap back into self, you notice how everything started going according to plan. Understand, you are stronger than people will ever give you credit for. And the fact that they can see you, but you can't see you, is sad. But that's no more, because you have the vision to understand what you got. And now you're not overthinking it God gave you.
The reason you feel temptation for certain things and certain sins is very specific to what you're supposed to do. If you have the urge to smoke or damage your lungs, it's because your voice was meant to worship and be heard. The enemy is trying to silence you. If you have crippling self-doubt and insecurity, it's because you are meant to lead and inspire. If you weren't dangerous to darkness, it wouldn't try to mute your confidence. If you have constant distraction or procrastination, it's because you carry strategy, vision, and ideas from heaven. The enemy delays you because he can't stop you, only you can. If you have an addiction to lust or pornography, it's because you carry a deep capacity for intimacy, covenant, and healing. Perverting love is how Satan prevents true restoration. If you have fear of rejection or abandonment, it's because you carry a spirit of belonging and reconciliation. You were made to gather the outcast who tried to make you feel like it.
That was quite profound and a really interesting way of looking at some very insurance frame. Ça devrait être 20 balles. On a eu pour 60 balles 3 jeux. Donc là, le jeu, ça devrait être 100 €. Just brush off what he's saying, but maybe it shouldn't be. Regardless of whether you're Christian, atheist, spiritual, or anything else, you can't deny there are forces at work actively trying to diminish how truly powerful and divine.
Nouvelle page de l'or de Rosalina et dans les deux jeux, je vais pleurer encore plus en vrai.
Division and independence.
Non, ça c'est incroyable.
We're encouraged.
En plus, ça veut dire que Miyamoto a dû plier version papier.
Whether you call that sin, manipulation, or social engineering, the effect is the same. We forget our own potential. So maybe the real battle isn't about religion versus science or belief versus skepticism. Maybe it's about remembering what we are and rejecting what it tries to make us.
Non mais ça veut dire que du coup ils ont plié parce que Mario Galaxy c'est quand même un jeu qui renie un peu le lore de Mario Galaxien en mode Miyamoto n'est pas trop content qu'il y ait du lore foncé dans Galaxien. Galaxy 2 il y a quasiment pas de lore. Finalement ils ajoutent aussi le lore dans Galaxien. Ils embrassent le truc peut-être pour que ce soit plus cohérent avec le film qui arrive.
It takes temperatures well over 2,000 degrees to melt copper pennies like this. And when I disengaged the solar death ray, all that was left was a molten pool of copper. When everything cooled down, here are the results. Totally rad.
There are some crazy things happening in the world right now. South Korea is putting traffic lights on the ground for people who look down at their phones all the time, which, dang, honestly, America, that's kind of a good idea. I can imagine that, like New York City and San Francisco. Scientists just confirmed that a single lightning bolt stretched 515 miles from Texas to Missouri back in 2017. That makes it the longest lightning bolt strike ever recorded. Japan just broke the world record for internet speed by hitting 1.02 petabits per second. I don't know how much that is, but apparently it's enough to download all of Netflix in 1 second. The world's oldest baby was born from an embryo frozen in 1994 last month. So technically this newborn baby is over 30 years old. A man in Australia barked at 2 people trying to steal his car in the middle of the night.
Netflix used AI for the first time ever in one of its original shows, and they said it was 10 times faster than traditional video effects.
Ooh, here we go. Deep under the Atlantic seafloor, just off New England, scientists have uncovered a hidden body of fresh water stretching beneath the ocean. For years, hints of its existence came from faint signals in surveys. But this summer, drilling confirmed it. And what they brought up shocked even the researchers. Instead of salty water, samples pulled from hundreds of meters below the seabed were nearly fresh, close to drinking quality. Tens of thousands of liters were pumped out over 74 days at sea, revealing a reservoir unlike anything expected beneath the continental shelf. The discovery leaves scientists facing major questions. How did water this fresh end up trapped under the ocean? Was it sealed away during the last ice age, when sea levels were far lower? Was it fed by ancient glacial melt, or could it still be slowly replenishing today? Researchers are now testing its chemistry and isotopes to determine its age and origins. The results could reshape what we know about hidden groundwater systems and Earth's past climate. If the reservoir is as vast as early data suggests, it may be one of the largest freshwater stores ever identified beneath the ocean. That possibility is drawing attention and debate. Could it one day be tapped for human use, or would disturbing it trigger consequences we don't yet understand? For now, the water remains locked beneath the seabed, a massive unexpected find that scientists are only beginning to unravel.
Public transit has often been described as riding in a crowded fart tube. Well, Barcelona, Spain decided to run a bus for 5 years on fuel made just from human waste. They've been doing this since 2020, and what's wild is that the literal fart-powered bus produced no foul odor and had far fewer emissions than traditional fuel, which makes this article go from silly and jovial to, hey, we might actually have a sustainable fuel source for the future of public transportation, which is human waste, and that is incredibly renewable. So the short version of this is that researchers turned the V3 bus line into an experimental vehicle running on pure renewable natural gas, and by natural gas, we're talking about biomethane from human sludge, or poop, for lack of a better word. The researchers used the Baix-Llobregat power plant, which is this one right here in Barcelona, Spain. It's an industrial water treatment facility that usually just tries to reclaim water. Yeah, they reclaim about 400,000 cubic meters of water per day, with 95% being regenerated. The human waste is usually turned into something for agricultural uses, but what they decided to do this time is make biomethane, a renewable fuel made by refining biogas to a methane concentration of 90% or higher, which is enough to power a vehicle. The impressive part about this refinement process is that the fuel does not emit more carbon dioxide than the amount it stores, but there are very small quantities of nitrogen oxides and fine particles that are produced. But the main point of this is that it was a successful 5-year run. The Nimbus bus, I like how it's a cloud, like a dark cloud, has been fueling a project named Siempre Vaya, and Spanish researchers plan to continue this and even expand it, perhaps even up to full-scale industrial initiatives, because this emits 90% less carbon dioxide, or apologies, 80% less carbon dioxide than traditional fuel. So we have a process to take human waste, turn it into biogas. We save 80% emissions, and it's basically free fuel for public transit. I say this is a win, and the impressive part is no foul odor.
Guys, be very careful where you're getting your rice from, because what you're seeing right here is manufactured plastic rice, and there's a lot of videos all over the internet of people getting like rubbery rice. I'm going to show you soon. Look at this. This is what's going on right now, and people are starting to notice. Look at this. He like crumbles up the rice. He knows it's not natural, and it's bouncing like rubber rice. Right? So we need to make sure that we're getting, again, organic food. There's a way to check if your rice is, plastic or if it's natural. I'm going to show you right now. Just throw a little bit in a hot cast iron pan, and if it starts popping up, then you know it's real. if it starts melting, then you know it is plastic. And you're going to see in this video the rice, it starts popping up and changing colors. That is what it should do. It's natural. See how it's popping up? See how they're all popping? And start changing a little bit more brown because they're burning. This is natural rice. But if it starts melting in the pan, you don't want to eat it. So be very, very careful, guys. Okay? Peace and love.
And this is exactly why I only buy organic rice. Anyone who comes at me in the comments trying to say organic is no different, it's just a marketing scam. Case in point, right there.
BlackRock, and he thinks that the retirement age for 65 is crazy. So he's thinking we should work till about 75. What kind of job is a 70-year-old man going to do?
You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock we are forcing behaviors.
Should we be encouraging, as you suggest in your letter, people working longer? Should we be making it possible facility? Should we, and frankly, increase the age for Social Security?
That is not for me to make a decision.
Parce que Mario World, ça commence sur l'île des Yoshi, et puis j'ai eu un peu de rêve.
I believe for those who can, and they find purpose in work, my gosh, work as long as you can. And through that conversation, I think most people are going to elect to do things, maybe working longer, or electing to be more involved in how they put their money to work for retirement.
You have to force behaviors. At BlackRock, we are forcing behaviors.
Oh, Larry, poor Larry. I wonder what would happen if we all just simply said no to people like this. Imagine the world we would live in by just not accepting these crimes to be committed against us. Perhaps in the next reset they will do things differently and life will be, better, not worse. One can hope, right? Though I certainly won't be here to experience that, I can promise you that much.
Some of the happiest people are the poorest people in the world. They're still smiling. If they can help you, they will give you the last of what they have with a smile. How great is that? Be careful. That poor, ragged person on the street might be an angel in disguise, tempting you to see how you will react. Will you cross the other side of the road so you don't run into him? Because you know he's going to ask you for something, and you want to avoid being placed in that situation. So you walk out of his reach. But there are many angels in disguise walking out there, and you don't know. You have no idea.
In Bhutan, the sale of tobacco is completely banned. Tourists may bring limited amounts for personal use, but locals can face heavy fines or jail time for selling cigarettes. In France, it's illegal to throw out food from supermarkets. Instead, stores must donate unsold edible food to charities or food banks, making waste disposal by destruction prohibited. In Iran, Barbie dolls were banned from toy shops in 2012. Authorities claimed the doll promoted Western culture and went against Islamic values, urging stores to stock only modest toys. In Saudi Arabia, red roses were once banned from sale during Valentine's Day. Florists had to hide them as the holiday was seen as promoting un-Islamic celebrations, though restrictions have eased slightly in recent years.
He's already been called the patron saint of the internet or God's influencer.
I'm in St. Peter's Square, where Carlo Acutis has become the first millennial to be proclaimed a saint.
He was only 15 when he died from leukemia. He has since become an inspiration for young Catholics around the world.
He's absolutely amazing. The life story was fantastic.
His mother tells NBC News he was an ordinary teenager with an extraordinary devotion to Jesus.
A young boy from Milano who was very much, was a little bit a jack of internet, a computer jack, but he used his skill to do what he had in the heart, so the love of Jesus, to let people know about his faith.
He went to church every day, and in his spare time, he developed websites for his church, including an online exhibit of miracles recognized over the centuries. Him paving the way to sainthood. His body lies in Assisi, dressed casually in sneakers, jeans, and a sweatshirt. He looked and dressed like the millions of pilgrims, mostly young people, who have since prayed at his shrine. Many more have come to St. Peter's Square to watch him become the saint for the new generations.
Prima lavoro molto ciao, anche il lavoro in pranzo, anche il lavoro da sera, ma adesso per questo mese molto difficile perché pranza come subito quando come caldo subito chiuso dopo no c'è lavoro.
Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Faire des boules de couleurs comme dans, ça s'appelait comment, la Zumba de luxe, la Zimba, là, je sais plus là. Le truc avec la grenouille qui crache des bulles là. C'est comment ce bail là? Zumba de luxe? Zuma de luxe? Ah c'était Zuma ouais.
Prima io lavoro ogni giorno 60-80, ma adesso io lavoro come ogni giorno 30-25.
Everyone think that it's not we will not work in this, but we have families, we have financial difficulties here, so we will do work for this.
This winter. There's something very important to take away from this clip. They're shutting down businesses and encouraging people not to go out. Now, doesn't that sound an awful lot like a climate lockdown? Now, mark my words, it's coming sooner than you might think. They're already trialing it in small towns across certain countries, testing public compliance under the guise of environmental urgency or energy conservation. But make no mistake, this isn't just about saving the planet, it's also to do with control, restricting movement, regulating consumption, deciding who gets to thrive and who gets left behind. This is exactly what we are seeing in this crisis, just disguised as safety. And it will eventually make its way to you, I can promise you that. Stay aware and stay prepared. And when they sell it as necessary or for the greater good, remember who really benefits from our misery and unrest.
The Great Pyramid is precise, and there's no reasons for these different chambers and the chemical residue. Why? And why are there copper rods going down into the aquifer, which is exactly the technology Tesla was using at Wardenclyffe Tower, the same exact technology. Why? There's hydrochloric acid. We have evidence of that. And we've got the zinc sulfide, and it creates hydrogen atoms that go up the gallery, and there's an opening that's exactly the right wavelength for hydrogen to flow through, and it resonates at 440 hertz, and it makes an F-sharp chord. And you've got it's tuned inside the king's chamber to exactly that chord. Or, maybe it's just a place for a dead guy.
Maybe friendship is not always ezy or fun.
It's over 9,000!
Exercise is not fun or easy, and you have to get over a hump sometimes. Eating vegetables can sometimes be boring and unsatisfying, but you do it when you find new ways. I'm certainly guilty of spending time with people that, they fill a space and they make me feel not lonely, but at the end of the day, I don't feel smarter, inspired, brighter, lighter when I say goodbye. I'm just like, all right, bye, that was fun. And I kind of want to spend more time with me, teach me, support me, love me, give me a chance to serve. They open up to me and let me serve as well. You get friendship right, it's the healthiest thing.
I'm holding in my hands a jar of quinoa. While on vacation, my wife had an opportunity to talk to this Peruvian and asked him what the secret of the giants was, and if they did exist. He said yes, and what kept them so large and strong and able to move rocks was quinoa.
So you're telling me if we feed our young quinoa-rich diet, they'll grow up to be 18 feet tall? Huh? Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Next thing you know, they'll claim kale gives you X-ray vision and avocado toast and lots of telepathy.
What the...
Seismic data proves the inner core surged forward, slowed down, and began backtracking, completely spinning in the opposite direction. Listen to this, guys.
5,000 kilometers beneath your feet, Earth's inner core is not steady. Seismic records prove it surged forward in the early 2000s, then slowed, reversed, and has been backtracking ever since. This hidden movement strikes at the engine of the planet. The inner core is locked to the molten outer core, and that outer core drives Earth's magnetic field. When the core reverses, the dynamo shifts, and with it the shield that protects every satellite, every grid, and every living thing from solar radiation. The same reversal is already linked to tiny changes in Earth's rotation. A few milliseconds shaved off or added to the length of the day may sound small, but they ripple across GPS, global timing systems, even climate forecasts. If the core's rhythm grows more erratic, the foundations of our technology and stability could falter. The evidence is unmistakable. Earthquakes striking the same spot decades apart show seismic waves bending differently, then snapping back as the inner core reoccupies earlier positions. The planet's heart surges, stalls, and retraces its steps, and those steps reach all the way from the deepest iron to the satellites above our heads.
Big reason across the world have been preparing for something huge. It could be all sorts of things. This could be one of them. They're worried about potential grids going down, solar flares, our own magnetic field completely collapsing due to stuff like this going on, possibly world war, and also potentially aliens coming. So I mean, there's many reasons why countries across the world are currently preparing for something big about to happen, and it certainly looks like something where it could be natural, could be war, could be something completely different. Like something's going on, guys. Serious.
It doesn't make any sense. So this water is constantly flowing downstream, coming from this water source. Where does this water come from?
Encore Shadow Drop.
There's water. Yay. There is water.
Putain, fallait y croire.
I wonder where this water coming from, but at least we've got water.
Il fallait y croire, sa grand-mère, putain.
C'est naturel.
Moi, j'ai vraiment pas cru, hein. J'étais en mode en vrai, c'est proche de Sixsong et tout. Ça va être quoi? Ça va être octobre? Fin septembre?
It would seem that you are finally...
Oh, le trailer, mon pote. C'est trop grave.
But time itself against us. And war has come to Mount Olympus.
Shadow Drop, un truc intankable.
Shall you rush now to your family's defense?
Mais c'est vrai que le 1, la 1.0 avait été Shadow Drop dans un Nintendo Direct en septembre, hein, je me rappelle bien. Ils avaient Shadow Drop en plein mois de septembre dans un Nintendo Direct aussi. Elle est dans les mines de la Moria là, c'est une dinguerie.
You know me, headmistress. I'll do both. Death to Kronos.
Quoi?
Prepare to battle beyond the underworld of Greek myth in
Now we play the waiting game.
Play as the princess of the underworld to take on the sinister Titan of Time. Wield powerful weapons of night, Sister Blades, the Moonstone Axe, the Witch's Staff.
That's me in the corner. That's me in the spot.
Ensnare your enemies.
Ils ont accepté le trailer pour gens qui comprennent pas les jeux vidéo.
The gods of Olympus.
Si je me rappelais pas du design d'Athéna.
And I don't know.
Each time you set out,
est-ce que c'est un roguelike? Ne vous inquiétez pas, si vous mourrez, vous repartez au début, mais vous débloquez des trucs.
Discover new secrets and unravel the story. On Nintendo Switch 2, experience
120 images par seconde sur la télévision. Mob.
Hades 2 launches first
fin septembre. Bah, en vrai, c'est un peu attendu.
Nintendo Switch.
Version physique aussi. Hein.
New amiibo figures,
Version physique et fin septembre. Bon bah on va pas rejouer à Isaac avant, je sais pas. Non parce que là faut finir Clair Obscur. Après faut jouer à Silksong et après faut jouer à Hades 2. Donc Isaac, vous attendrez pour la review du patch quoi. Ça décale un peu tous les plans, hein, je vous le dis. Tout ce que vous attendiez qui est pas Silksong ou Hades 2 là, ça commence à se décaler en mode. Ouais, BL4 c'est hors stream, là j'en fais un live aujourd'hui mais après je joue hors stream. Ça m'étonnerait que je fasse une aventure complète de Borderlands 4 en live, j'ai pas le temps. Bon, Kirby Riders ça compte hein. Ils ont rappelé que le jeu existait. J'avais mis petit rappel de Kirby après les 45 minutes. Oh il va refaire un... Non il est intankable. Non il est intankable Sakurai, on n'en peut plus là. Ah le museau Zelda. Ça coche. Zelda museau intankable.
My question still remains unanswered about this ancient giants theory. Some claim, like in this clip, that giants were insanely large, like thousands of feet tall, so massive that their remains literally became the mountains we see today.
Le BG3 dimanche toujours d'actualité. Bah quand on aura fini.
Then others say they were only slightly larger than humans, 8 to 12 feet tall, like the red-haired giants supposedly found in Peru or the Nephilim described in ancient texts. So which is it? Were they skyscrapers tall titans and bone-forged mountain ranges, or just unusually large humanoids not too far removed from the, I don't know, tallest NBA players we have today? Taller, stronger versions of humans across the history, but turning into mountains.
Ça décale.
C'est pas grave. Then again, truth is often stranger than fiction. What do you guys think? Let me know down below.
Havukana Buddha, a 5th century granite masterpiece near Kekirawa, a 12M standing Buddha in Abhayamukha, carved with serene detail during King Dafusuna's reign.
Faut pas oublier que TOTK était mon GOTY l'année de sortie d'Elden Ring, c'était mon GOTY. Donc moi je vois un museau dans l'univers de TOTK, bon, si je suis payé, Nintendo payait. Ils ont payé, ils m'avaient payé sur Splatoon, ils m'ont payé sur d'autres trucs. Ah, Nintendo peut payer. Hein. Maintenant on sait qu'ils peuvent payer. Ils peuvent payer.
Every time if you go through history, when you look at what happens when despots and tyrants and dictators take over nations, one of the first things they'll do is
Hades 2 c'est la 1.0 qui est annoncée. Ouais je pense. Ah, ils n'ont pas vraiment précisé, ils ont dit qu'Hades 2 sortirait sur Switch 2 fin septembre. Mais bon, il n'y a pas l'habitude d'avoir des early access sur les consoles Nintendo. Je pense que c'était sous-entendu, oui c'est le jeu complet, donc à mon avis, là tu vas sur le Twitter de Supergiant et ils vont préciser que fin septembre la 1.0 d'Hades 2 arrive sur tous les supports de Switch 2.
Listerine was originally marked. I knew it. I mean, I couldn't confirm it, but I always knew that stuff wasn't meant for humans to be put in their mouth, bro. Because if you ever use like any Listerine, honestly, but that brown one specifically, man, you might as well take a swig of jet fuel and wash your mouth out, bro. Like that stuff feel like it's supposed to clean oil spills or something, fam. It wasn't supposed to be. Yeah, that really helped me out, dog. Like I'm gonna sleep good tonight knowing that.
Isn't it funny how these chemicals throughout history quietly made their way into our food supply? Not suspicious at all, right?
You can take 12 of us, you can drop us in Venezuela, leave us there for 6 months, and we probably overthrew the government and placed the president, the new president, in place and running the economics, the power plants, the commerce, transportation, and like each of us, the 12 of us, have like married at least 4 or 5 Venezuelans. You know, be like that's people don't understand like why we have to speak other languages, why we have to go through economic and you know, geopolitical classes. It's because we're different. Like the missions are different. What we're supposed to do is different.
The submarines are completely, you cannot find them in the sea. They are stealth beyond stealth. I interviewed the former commander of the nuclear sub forces, a guy called Admiral Connor, and I said, like, how hard is it to find a nuclear armed sub? And he said it's easier to find a grapefruit-sized object in space than a nuclear sub under the sea. I have a map in the back of the book that shows you how close China and Russia come to the East Coast and the West Coast of the United States regularly.
How much better are Green Berets than the SEALs? All of them are different.
Alors du coup, c'est quoi? C'est le remake d'un DQ?
I would never want to get in a gunfight with a bunch of Navy SEALs on a boat anywhere near the water. I mean, within like miles of water. It's just a catastrophe.
I would add this to it. Yes, you look at Rangers, you look at SEALs, you look at Green Beret, you look at MARSOC, and everyone's got their own little specialties, what they're really good at, and as a whole, they'll be better at that than the other group. And then within the SEALs, within the Rangers, within SF, you got different levels of guys that are in there.
I've been working in Ukraine for the last 3.5 years of the war. This time I was really drawn to meeting the Americans who are volunteering here with the International Legion.
This place is like a second home now.
Quoi, bah quoi, la seconde annonce. Nouvelle annonce pour le pack d'abonnement là.
Now that I'm at a point in my life where I am skilled, I am trained to fight, I can do something with it.
The International Legion is the place where former military and volunteers from all over the world can be deployed to the front lines of this fight.
Then there are those who come from difficult upbringing.
Animal Crossing est génial. Animal Crossing est génial.
I began to ask myself why would an individual American be willing to pack his bags, pack her bags, come here and fight in a war that is not their own. My life comes from a generation of American soldiers who were actually deployed and who served in U.S.-led wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. I learned about him because of this video that I saw. He and fellow soldiers, this Russian FPV drone with a huge warhead. They see it, all of them just start opening fire, trying to shoot down this drone that's hunting them.
The dedicated accessory.
And at the last second,
Nintendo Classics will be available to pre-order.
Crashes into the tree line.
A cardboard model of the.
He came here to help train other Americans, and yet he's also coming here and learning like the rest of them because of the kinds of threats that they're facing. Some of the Americans I've met here came because they felt they had something to offer. But what stood out to me is that others came to learn, especially as this war has constantly evolved into a 21st century high-tech drone war.
Some of the Americans and foreign fighters prefer to remain anonymous with concerns about their fate appearing back home or in Russia after the war.
My call sign is Mando, so it's Mandalorian. I was originally part of the U.S. Marine Corps. My role at the moment is spending a lot of time rigging the explosives to the drones, as well as helping out with getting the drones prepared for flight. I never joined the military with the intention of just killing people for the fun of it. I wanted to help people, and it's a very peculiar skill set because, you know, to help someone you'd have to end a life.
Find a way home.
Lena, who goes by the call sign Baby Doc, was a medic in the U.S. Navy. She's here assisting in amputation of a terribly wounded soldier.
When the full-scale Russian invasion started in 2022,
she said that she felt that she had something to offer and wanted to do something. So she packed her bags.
With a crimson
I feel like as America and as an American, we are on the top of the food chain. With that comes helping others.
She's witnessed a lot of suffering and pain in these field hospitals, and she was even injured herself. Had to return to the United States for several months for rehabilitation, but she decided to come back.
My family wasn't surprised. They said that they were
C'était comment sur Switch 1?
Uncle still threatened to lock me in the closet.
On est passé de 1 à 2 FPS.
I've lost a lot of friends here. I've shed blood here.
Ça c'est Golric. La version caméra, extraordinaire.
You know, go back to the US. It never happened.
La version avec la caméra, extraordinaire.
Goose came to Ukraine with no combat experience at all.
There's so many things that I learned here that
Stardew Valley version souris sur Switch.
And he went straight to the front line. He told me that he was surprised and even very proud of himself
and how he reacted in combat.
What?
Goose was wounded on
Avec
the
Game
front
Share, tu peux
line
inviter
when
3
a
potes si t'as le
Russian
jeu et tu joues
rocket
gratos.
exploded.
Bah, il suffit qu'il y en ait un qui a le jeu. Quoi. On se rend
He was evacuated and had multiple surgeries and now is headed home to the United States.
Oh là là, le mode souris.
It's just such a roller coaster. I need a little bit of break. I think that each of them have very different mix of motivations for coming here. They arrive with strong ideological conviction, or they develop one.
Après avoir vendu 20 milliards de DLC collaboratifs et tout là.
Shoulder to shoulder with Ukrainians. I don't think it's so different from other people who seek the most extreme experiences in life. The main difference
oh là là, avec un mode campagne encore mieux qu'avant.
They're also asked to kill
le même jeu en
for a war or cause.
Quelle différence entre Hades 2 et Power Wash Simulator 2 en fait? Aucune. Ce jeu mérite une suite. Hein. Ouais, bravo. Aucune différence.
I think some people completely miss the point of these military displays. Yes, they look robotic, right? Almost non-human in precision, but that's partially the point. This isn't actually a flaw, it's a feature. It's a demonstration of extreme discipline, unity, and control. Think of it as a psychological theatre, an intimidation tactic to convey order, power, unbreakable coordination. So let's be clear, right? These are human soldiers, highly trained. But that doesn't mean humanoid robots don't exist. In fact, I'd almost guarantee there are robotic or cybernetically enhanced soldiers deployed in, well, let's just call budget programs around the world. You just aren't seeing them here yet. What we are seeing is the human training and systemic influence. But from war, which in itself is a crime against humanity, to our official segment, things are about to get a little darker.
Super évolution tactique, le combo qui arrive là. Oh, je le. Attends, mais c'est pas satisfaisant, il y avait un combo qui arrivait, ils nous l'ont. Je me suis fait bleu voler de ma dopamine.
I never heard her scream like that. You weren't thinking about your safety.
J'ai les couilles bleues là.
No.
That man was stalking, lying in wait to swoop up that teenage girl, and that mom reacted quickly and ended up fighting that dude down 4 flights of stairs, where she caught at least one good one to the eye and got that black eye. When they got to the bottom of the stairs, a neighbor saw what was going on. He chased the dude down in the streets, got him down on the ground, and beat him until the cops showed up. The mom and that neighbor, straight up heroes. Turns out that the attempted kidnapper was a co-worker of the teen, and he had been stalking her and just waiting for a moment that he could scoop her up and run off with her. If that mama wasn't so on point, who knows what he would have done to that poor child, which is just another illustration as to why you always got to keep it frosty and make sure that you got your eye on your kid, even when you're stepping in or out of your own home.
I feel good.
Speaking like a true survivor, Jamani Merritt has a spirit that far exceeds her 11 years, especially given the burns on her face and shoulders.
Oh, that burn, that burn, that burn.
The young girl is back home recovering after 11 days in the hospital. A victim, her family says, of an excruciating hot water challenge. Police say it happened in the overnight hours back on August 7th here on Finley Avenue in the Bronx. Jamani was at a friend's slumber party across the street. That's when one of the girls allegedly poured scalding water on her while she slept.
I just felt boiled water, like water pouring down my face and stuff. And when I jumped up, I started saying, it's burning, it's burning.
The painful result, her mother says, second-degree burns to her face, neck, shoulders, and chest. Police arrested a 12-year-old girl who's charged with assault. Jamani says the girl told her it was an accident.
Bro, police just found a man living in the crawl space underneath someone's home in Portland, Oregon. And what this brother was doing was way beyond squatting. He was standing 10 toes down. He had a bed, string up lights, televisions, chargers, and even a freaking PS5 all plugged into the condo's power source. To an extension, he ran through their vent. You know what's even crazier? Police were called to this property after a witness reported seeing a man who was not known as a resident parking his car and walking towards the back of one of the buildings. Bro had a freaking car. And somehow gets even crazier because when police arrived, they discovered that the owner's keys, which unlocked the small door opening, didn't work. That's because this guy, yes, changed the locks on their doors. Now, when police broke through the door, they discovered a 40-year-old man named Benaimin Bakur just chilling inside. A freaking meth pipe was also found in the space. So next time you hear a strange noise coming from your attic or crawl space, it could be nothing. Or it could be a 40-year-old man playing Fortnite.
What is this, Final Destination or something like that? She fled Ukraine to get away from the war and all the violence in Ukraine, and then she comes to the U.S. and she still gets brutally unalived on a train? You've got to be kidding me, bro. There's demons that walk among us daily. That's why you always have to keep your head on a swivel. This 23-year-old Ukrainian woman fled Ukraine to run away from the war and the violence and all the danger that was going on in Ukraine. She comes to the U.S., she gets on a train one day, and this random demon behind her decides to pull out a pocket knife and proceed to brutally unalive her in the train. I just feel like you can't make this up. And no, we are not going to blame this on mental illness. No. We're going to blame this on demonic people, demonic presence, demonic forces. This girl should still have her life right now. This man has been to prison 10 different times. He's a demon. For those people who are saying it is racist, yeah, he probably targeted her because she was white. But probably was racist, 110%. There's no excuses that ever should be made for him. We make excuses in no other scenario, and we won't make excuses for him. He's a dog. He deserves the death penalty. He deserves to be under the prison.
This 23-year-old Ukrainian woman fled a country at war to live a safer and better life in the United States. But recently, one evening heading home after work, her life was ended in the worst possible way. The horrifying incident occurred on the 22nd of August in Charlotte, but security footage of what actually happened was just released for the first time. It was 9:46 p.m. and the video shows a very normal-looking train with everyone minding their own business, talking, or on their phone. But there's one man in a red hoodie identified as DeCarlos Brown looking restless and agitated. Around 30 seconds later, Irena Zarezka gets on the train wearing a cap and a t-shirt from a pizzeria and sits in front of DeCarlos. She has AirPods in and just like everyone else is minding her own business and using her phone. And it remains this way for the next 4 minutes until DeCarlos can be seen randomly taking out a pocket knife, standing up, and completely unprovoked stabbing Irena several times from behind. She didn't even have a chance to see the attack coming. Now, as for the attacker, DeCarlos Brown actually has a history of violent crime and mental illness. He's been arrested multiple times and even served a 5-year prison sentence for robbery with a deadly weapon. To make matters worse, he wasn't even supposed to be allowed on the train that night because he didn't have a ticket. Police detained him just hours after the attack, and he's since been charged with first-degree murder. As for the other passengers on board, some told local news that they were traumatized by what they saw and that they don't know how long it'll be before they're able to use public transportation again.
Comedian Graham Linehan was arrested at Heathrow Airport in the UK over past social media posts he made on transgender issues.
I hear you're a criminal now, Father.
I hear you're a racist now, Father.
It's an esoteric reference for an American. The ex-post in question would be this: if a trans-identified male is in a female-only space, he is committing a violent, abusive act. Make a scene, call the cops, and if all else fails, punch him in the balls. Now, like, as a comedy writer myself, I would say that he's using classic rule of 3 there. Make a scene, that's establishing the idea. Call the cops, an escalation of the initial idea, and the punchline, literally a punch in the balls in this case, is the subversion of the setup to ideas. So what do we think about people getting arrested for ex-posts if they're not actually leading to real-life crime?
I would tell you what I think about this, Russell, except I can't because I might share the same fate as this guy if I did. What a world, eh?
There seems to be some hidden subliminal tone in ancient carvings that's not understood consciously, but enforced at a subconscious level. There is a reason why Shiva is always shown with a bull, while Krishna, an avatar of Vishnu, is shown without. The underlying symbolism is completely unnoticed by scholars even today. Krishna is shown playing a sweet, melodious flute, soothing to everyone, while Shiva plays a damaru, a beat that is almost a war prop. The ancient carvings and temples have a deep impact on our minds. And this not only subconsciously affects the religious people, it even changes the minds of tourists and casual visitors.
Who's down there? Oh, hello. What are you doing? She loves you. You'd be able to whisper out of her hole. She doesn't come out to me. Hey.
Music Fandoming says, it's Friday. Let's go.
I hate this. I'm on my stick, and I think it's sticking.
Head first, look at that.
So
never comes out for me.
I hate that though.
And she just whispers them out. That's crazy.
Mr. Assassin.
You're joking me. She never comes out for me. You're jibbing me.
Got a class coming here at 12 o'clock.
She a good girl? Yeah, well, it makes one of you two being a good girl, I guess.
I think I'm
All right. Yeah, good.
As adorable as this is, I think there's a deeper meaning here, one that goes beyond what we see on the surface. I truly believe animals assess us through our vibrations. I know that might sound like woo-woo to some of you, but hear me out, okay? People who carry calm, positive energy, like most children, tend to attract animals. There's a gentleness there, a frequency that doesn't threaten. On the other hand, those with erratic or negative vibrations, animals sense it, they keep their distance. I've noticed this time and again while bird watching. Ever since I poured my heart and soul into tending my garden, something has shifted. The birds now land just a meter or two away from me. I stay still, I acknowledge them, I appreciate the moment. Sometimes they linger, curious, eating the food I've put out, even looking right at me as if saying, cheers mate. Other times they simply carry on with their journey. It's a very profound experience, one I don't take for granted, and yeah, maybe I sound like a crazy hippie to some, but I don't care. These moments have become a big part of my life, and I am deeply thankful for them.
Without sharks, what would happen to the ocean?
There would be no fish.
You would think there'd be more fish.
Well, everyone thinks that because the sharks eat fish, right? But what happens is the presence of these white sharks, they force everything in the system to behave properly. And what that does is that maximizes abundance. So here's, for example, one white shark swimming up and down a beach with 1,000 seals on it.
At Lumia Stream says,
all those
Big
seals from getting out and overeating. So one shark swimming up and down the beach, those things will stay on the beach till they're almost starving. Then they'll get in the water, get a little bit, and get out. If that white shark's not there, every single one of them eats 4 times as much per day, and they eat all our stripers and our cod and our lobster, and then there's no food for us. That's what happens, right? And in the big open ocean where you don't have seals, if the sharks aren't there, the squid come up every night when it's dark, and they eat all the baby fish, all the fry, all the baby tuna, all the baby wahoo, mahi, everything, and then there's no fish for us to eat. So they are the balance keepers. They are the apex predator.
That is quite the opposite of what I would have thought would happen. That's quite interesting.
Something huge is up. Now, trust me when I say the last thing I feel like doing is recording a video, but I have to show you this. And trust me, it's gonna get weirder as we go. So we're gonna start with this right here. So you mean to tell me it turned directly into blood, directly over Jerusalem and nowhere else? And that's not even happening. But wait till I show you what happened when a plane went in front of the eclipse. But right before that, did you know that they were raining evacuation notices in Gaza City just yesterday? No, did you see what Trump just said? This was just a little bit ago. I have warned Hamas about the consequences of not accepting. Now, don't misconstrue what I say. Of course we want the hostage back. But did you know at the same time Israel's airport is being bombed? Yeah, at the same time all this is happening. That's very coincidental timing. So back to the plane for 1 second. We have this plane that flies right in front of the eclipse, and it drags part of the eclipse with it. And they're saying that, yeah, it's just an optical illusion. Or maybe we don't even know what an eclipse really is, or what God uses them for. And again, yeah, we know that eclipses are normal and they happen, but it just turns blood red just when it's going over Jerusalem, like right when it hits it. Cool photo on the way to Jerusalem, cool photo in Jerusalem. But guess what? I haven't showed y'all the craziest part. Get ready for this one. You know, Three-Eye Atlas, that little alien thing heading towards us? Guess when it's gonna cross by the sun? Halloween Eve. The Halloween Eve, basically Satan's day, to make sure it does not drop any mini probes. What are the chances of that? Oh, and of course, more flooding in the United States. Or forget, maybe this right here that just happened in Pakistan. Residents were saying there's something evil about it. Maybe I'll update y'all later.
I think you'd have to be less than blind not to see the dots connecting here. The patterns are right in front of us. That said, I tend to take Moon Henry with a heavy grain of salt, as we all should. We should never blindly accept something just because someone says it online. And yes, that includes even me, you know. Question everything, dig deeper, cross-reference, you know, use discernment every single time. Now, that's not cynicism, that is literally wisdom. In a world flooded with misinformation, half-truths, and outright manipulation, discernment isn't just a skill. It's quite literally a survival tool. So stay curious, but stay cautious. The truth is rarely handed to you, it's most often earned.
All right, researchers, it's time to get to work because the new administrator of NASA, his name's Sean Duffy. He's got a bunch of siblings. I don't know their names. Maybe one of them's name is Will. I don't know, but I know he's got family in Colorado. He's originally from Wisconsin. He lived in Colorado for some time. Will Duffy's from Colorado. I mean, do you think it's a possibility that this guy kind of looks like him?
It's over 9,000.
He put a little beard on him and darkened the hair up. Looks kind of like he could be related to Will Duffy. So the conversation I had with ChatGPT said that Will Duffy's also originally from Wisconsin. But, I mean, can you really, truly trust that? I can't find any links linking him to Will Duffy besides just the crazy coincidence. They got the same last name, kind of look alike, and probably both work for NASA.
Now, did you hear about what Walmart's doing?
Oh, Walmart's gonna be changing their lights from fluorescent to 10,000 Kelvin, which is an artificial blue light that puts your body in fight or flight mode? Tell me more. Yeah, Walmart has made the decision to change their lighting from fluorescent to 10,000 Kelvin, which puts the body into fight or flight. It makes the heart rate increase significantly, and it makes your amygdala actually make poor decisions, because that's where you make your decisions. And since you're in fight or flight, your amygdala is not going to be making very good decisions, which means you're going to be purchasing things that you don't even want, and you're going to be rushing yourself out of the store so your body can feel better. Oh, goody. And since you had such a bad experience while you were in there in fight or flight, and you remember that you didn't feel well in there, you're not going to worry about returning any items that you purchased unnecessarily. Oh, fun! So get ready for some fun Walmart shopping here soon.
As if the experience of Walmart couldn't get any worse. Add this to the ever-growing list of reasons as to why you should shop anywhere else but there.
Think about this Epstein list stuff. What does Trump keep telling us? It's a hoax. It's a hoax. People don't stop talking about the Epstein list. What do you think he could do?
Says here you're implicated in these files, but many of your friends and donors may be, and says that's when Justice Department is redacting them and slow walking the release. Is the Justice Department protecting any friends or donors, sir?
So this is a Democrat hoax that never ends. You know, it reminds me a little of the Kennedy situation. We gave him everything over and over again, more and more and more, and nobody's ever satisfied.
These are those Epstein victims.
President Trump, you have so much influence and power in this situation. Please use that influence and power to help us.
Please, President Trump, pass this bill and help us. Make us feel like our voices are finally being heard.
Mr. President Donald J. Trump, I am a registered Republican, not that that matters because this is not political. However, I cordially invite you to the Capitol to meet me in person so you can understand this is not a hoax. We are real human beings.
And I'm only pointing this out because these are the type of narratives that the government could utilize, these kind of memory erasure tools. If you don't stop talking about it, and they might not do it on a large scale because that's too obvious, but a couple people here, a couple people people there, maybe some of these Epstein victims, a couple here, and eventually just starts going away, and eventually everybody just stops thinking about it, and the narratives are gone.
Things humans were never meant to see.
The weather that some people get out in the States and literally anywhere else but in the UK, honestly, is absolutely terrifying. Tornadoes that swallow towns, hurricanes that rewrite coastlines, wildfires that burn for months is literally next level intensity. And that's probably the only reason I'm sometimes, an emphasis on sometimes, happy to be in the UK. Say what you want about our grey skies and drizzly days, but at least we don't get extreme weather like at all. No Tornado Alley, no Category 5 hurricanes, and months-long fire seasons, just rain, occasional wind, and a lot of people complaining about both. Even when we have that weird random, what do you call them, heat waves, which, yeah, was pretty weird this year, but that's gone now. And yeah, you can call it mundane, maybe, but I'll take boring weather over the apocalypse any day. But whilst we are looking to the skies and assessing the weather, how about we look at some more UAP activity taking place? Here's some more on the latest in that category. Take a look.
Got a strange UFO over Mexico, mate. Off in the distance, a strange triangular Dorito formation kind of hovers in the sky, splits off, and kind of moves around. Doesn't kind of trail down like some flares do. It doesn't kind of fizzle out. These things remain in the sky and just move around, kind of like the Phoenix Lights a little bit. Now, if these were flares, usually on a military level, you wouldn't have multiple colors going off at once. Maybe in an intense battlefield, but not when you're trying to do operations at night. White colors covers the full spectrum and gives the visibility of the human eye, so you can see everything clearly if it's white, illuminating the area. Colored lights reduce the contrast and detail, so if you're trying to use night vision and things of that nature, infrared, it might mess around with that. So generally, you wouldn't see stuff like this, or shouldn't do anyway, unless they're trying new things out. But again, these things float in the sky, starts off a triangle formation, then kind of moves out, kind of like the Phoenix Lights, splits off, and then they kind of just remain. They're like fireballs, like the orbs that we've seen over New Jersey and places like that. And it kind of like fizzles a little bit and then kind of moves off to the right hand side up the top there. Very strange, mate. I don't know. What do you guys think?
This is a great UFO video. Look at that thing. It's like a flying triangle. Up in the sky in the middle of the day, kind of floating but still flying at the same time. That ain't no airplane, so it's definitely a unidentified flying object. Now, we're gonna look at that closer, but first, do you know what that kind of reminded me of? The triangle UFOs that have been seen all over the world for over 20 years. Now that thing wasn't a triangle, it was more of an arrow shape almost. But doesn't this look similar to those triangle UFOs I just showed you? Look at that. That is amazing. Now, I'm not saying it's an alien spacecraft. It could be man-made. It could be something else. But whatever it is, it ain't an airplane, and it's weird, baby. It's weird. I know I keep saying this, but the reason I'm saying it is because it's true. We are getting a lot more and clearer UFO sightings in the past 6 months or so. And most of them aren't spots of light or little circular discs. They're different shapes and sizes like the one I just showed you. Let me know what you think's going on, Booshkis. In the comment section. Shabadoo.
During the Cold War, the CIA discovered something strange. The Soviets were funding psychic research. Terrified of falling behind, the US launched its own secret project. It was called Stargate. And the goal was to train soldiers to use remote viewing, to see across the world without leaving a room. Psychics were placed in sealed rooms, given only coordinates, and told, Draw what you see. The results shocked scientists. Targets thousands of miles away were described in detail. One viewer sketched a Soviet submarine base. The drawings matched spy satellite photos later released. Another described inside a hidden Chinese facility down to the machine. In 1976, a psychic was asked to scan Mars. Not Mars today, but Mars a million years ago. He reported giant pyramids and tall, thin beings trapped underground. The transcripts are real. They classified years later under FOIA. For 2 decades, psychic spies worked inside US intelligence, even during the Gulf War. Officially, the program was shut down in 1995, declared a failure. But many believe that was only the surface, that the real work went deeper, off books. But think about it. Why is NASA, SpaceX, and the world so obsessed with Mars today? Could it be because they are chasing what the psychic described long ago? Did the CIA unlock hidden human powers? Or did they glimpse a secret on Mars that still drives us now?
The story is this. We're in Afghanistan. We're looking for high-value targets. A patrol is dispatched. They missed their rally point. Nobody knows where these guys are. So the next morning, another patrol is dispatched to the same location to try to follow this trail, see where they go in the Kandahar province. And as they're coming around the corner, they start to see what looks like parts of uniforms, bones, blood. And before anybody can do anything, a nightmare comes out of the cave. 14-footer. He's got flaming red hair, 6 fingers, 6 toes. He is screaming at the top of his lungs. He is brandishing a lance. One of the men break away and start firing. This thing moves with such agility and speed that it stuns the rest. Everybody's like, this soldier is impaled, and the giant's holding it up, screaming at the top of its lungs. Somebody yells, shoot him in the head, shoot him in the head. They open up fire, and they basically decapitate him. What does that sound like? David and Goliath, right? He's dead. They radio him, and a big, Jolly Green Giant helicopter comes in. They crate this thing up in a net and fly him out of there. Patrol goes back, and they write everything down, and then they're told, rewrite the story without the giant. So they do that. So you say, well, that's a colorful story, LA, and it is. I get that. We have a second witness who was there a few years after the event. So he's there, and they're doing cave fighting training, right? And they're told, when you're in a cave, and if you confront something, aim high. I mean, like here, no, high, 9 to 10 feet high. And all the soldiers are going like, what are we looking at here? Years later, a gentleman called me up and wanted to get in touch. He said he was part of a government operation that received the giant bodies. And then,
more than one.
And then processed them to go to Wright-Patterson Field. I mean, I've had people come up to me at conferences and just go, LA, I want to tell you everything about the Kandahar giant. It's real. I know. I can't come on the record. I'm active military. And he just backs up and walks away.
So I did this video that went pretty viral about octopuses in 80,000 years roaming the planet. And it was because Air Force Office of Special Investigations, Richard Doty, stated that they went into the future and they saw these guys crawling around in tribes all over the planet. Now, it made me think, are octopuses possibly gathering intelligence on humans right now so that in the future they're going to be able to have that information, be able to come on land and start taking over the land? And in the future, the humans were living off the planet. They were living in raised communities, kind of like how you see in Avatar, where they're lifted off the ground and they're on these like floating mountain type things. It made me really think. I was like, well, octopuses are very intelligent, highly intelligent. A lot of people think they're already aliens anyway. They think they came from some meteor that they were attached to with their DNA and landed here, whatever. The point is that these things are highly intelligent. They could be gathering info on us already. Maybe they're tapped in with information at the bottom of the ocean. Who knows how they communicate? But we know that they're making homes. We know that they live underwater, deep underwater. We haven't explored it, yet they could explore us in any one of millions of different ways. Regardless, we know from these time travelers that Richard Doty talked about, being an Air Force Office of Special Investigation agent, that they do still live 80,000 years into the future. So right now and for the next 80,000 years, they're going to be gathering intelligence on us. Could they be using some form of intelligence right now? My theory is every time I do an octopus video, it goes through the roof. Maybe there's something there. Put your comment in the comment section. Let's hear what you have to say.